going around showing Confederate flags. Like, historically speaking, what Japan did to Korea in the past is a very tough subject. Like, so many people died. There was a suppression of Korean culture. It was like a complete cutoff of culture and identity. Koreans were not allowed to be Korean. They were not even second-class citizens during that time where their country was occupied. Korean language and history was banned in an attempt to erase Korean cultural heritage. Korean farmers were forced off their lands. They were forced to work in mines, factories for the Japanese military. It was horrendous. He would go through the subways with the sound in Korean. Korea belongs to Japan. You are all comfort women. Playing on his phone.
It is crazy that he's walking free, doing all of these things for so long.
Yeah, so like just replace
Even just
it.
one of those actions is beyond, like, and he's doing this constantly.
Yeah. It just, again, replace it with American history. Just think about how that would play out and what kind of disrespect that is. Another one playing the words, I hate Korean people. I wish Koreans would get a nuclear weapon from Kim Jong-un. Which, I mean, Korean people, that doesn't even make sense. But he would continue playing speeches from the North Korean dictator, which when people tell him to stop, he will call them racist. And if that doesn't work, he will say, I have autism, and then walk away. He also threatened to slap a BTS member. What do you mean? He was just like, I'm going to slap a BTS member.
That's his quote?
Yeah, something along those lines. That's a paraphrase.
He didn't name who. He's like just a BTS member.
Yeah. Even when he's doing all of this, probably every Korean person wants to slap him, but they show great restraint. But I believe there are some lines that you just do not cross. Side note, he does have another sidekick in Korea, a guy named Hank Yu. Honestly, I don't know this man. I just know that in the depths of Twitter, there's a video of him saying that he only essays men. He also calls himself the Texas Asian Nazi. There's pictures of him that he took dressed up next to anti-Semitic signage and holding rifles. He was sentenced to a few years in prison in the US for firearm-related charges. I believe he was deported after his sentence back to Korea, which we know not much about this guy, but we know so much based off of that alone.
That's crazy that they found each other.
Yes. I mean, they must be lurking in the same weird forums. Probably one of the more heinous things he does in Korea, if you can believe it, it gets worse aside from everything, is Ramsey, somehow this also never gets talked about, at least not in depth, but Ramsey goes to Lotte World, which is the Disney World of South Korea, filled primarily with children. He has this stupid speaker on him, so again, if anyone donates, they can have whatever play, and the speaker would play things like in Korean, the translation being, Ramsey Ishmael is the most popular upskirt streamer in Korea. Ladies, be careful. There are children around. And the words that are being used in Korean, children are understanding all of it. On repeat, or sounds of people screaming in pain. It sounds like war torture sounds. Or, I would like to have with children in Korean.
How is he not kicked out immediately?
He eventually gets kicked out. Yeah.
But the damage is done. He was like doing this for a while.
Yeah, and like you can see on the live stream, there's children around him. The automated voice would play it loudly in Korean, or, my name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid, which, side note, it uses Johnny's Somali salami, whatever, but I'm changing it to his real name. My name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid. My name is Ramsey Ishmael Khalid, and I'm here to impregnate a cute little Korean girl. Again, there's children everywhere. To which, if people look at him, he just screams, autism, 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 I have autism.
I have autism, I have autism, I have autism.
And when someone calls him out on his bullshit further, he points at them and accuses them of being racist, screaming, racism, this is racism, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, I'm scared for my life. Again, making a mockery. To another security guard, he says, you can't see my phone, you can't see nothing, you're racist, you can't talk to me, you're racist, I don't talk to racists. Again, mocking very real issues in the world. As one netizen comment points out though, making an ass out of yourself in a country where all adult men are required to serve in the military, not a smart move, Ramsey, not a smart move. But Ramsey either doesn't know or knows and doesn't care, but he says in a live stream, people come up to me, why are you being racist to people in other countries? For money, for clout. I said it many times, I don't give a put this in your next YouTube documentary, because people are making YouTube videos about him. I don't give a we're here tonight and we're not scared. His friend Gino starts jumping in. I was waiting, bro. I was waiting for that guy to swing on you. I swear, swing on us. Basically saying, swing or shut up. I think he verbatim says that at one point, Ramsey, is like, swing or walk away. In a separate live stream, he keeps taunting the public. He says that he has a video, a message for the Korean public, to the Korean people after what he did to the Comfort Woman statues. He says, I love Korea. And try to find me. I dare you. You never will, so good luck. That's all I want to say to you guys. And I need to address the Korean media. I want to address JTBC News for defamation against me. Today, JTBC News said that I was guilty of 2 different assault cases. This is not true. He keeps putting up like hand heart symbols. I love the Korean police. I respect the Korean police. They have always treated me greatly. I am compliant. We are working with the Korean police with whatever investigations they have. I am not guilty of assault. He then proceeds to pull up a picture of South Korean President Yoon, which, I mean, I personally don't know many Koreans who are fond of him, but go off, I guess. He continues, President Yoon, I love you. I love you. He kisses the picture of President Yoon on his phone. I love you. You guys only saw me dancing with this statue, and honestly, if I could take it back, I won't. How about that? I'm not sorry. If you want me to apologize and bow down on my knees and apologize, I refuse. I won't. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to kill me? You're going to kill me for dancing with a metal bronze statue? Get over it. That's what I need to say. You think I'm going to sit here and a fake apology? You think I'm going to sit here and like cry about it? I'm not sorry. I'm not. He goes on to say, don't let the media fool you. This is the real Comfort Woman. He pulls up a picture of a woman leaning up against a car, a clear stereotype of someone who, consents. And he says, this is what the real Korean Comfort Women were. Korean Comfort Women were dudes. Sorry, I debated there if I wanted to say that word. I don't use that word, but just to give you the gravity of what he's saying. He continues, they were used by the American soldiers. They were used by, they were illegally paid. I think the Japanese soldiers were paid 7 yen a month, and the Korean Comfort Women were paid 300, 400 yen a month. If we go back in time, that's enough to buy a house. So these were rich. These were some of the richest in Korea, if we're being honest. This is entirely false, but he's trying to insinuate that the women that were taken, tortured, and essayed repeatedly, as well as beaten on a daily basis, and then ultimately killed, were exploiting the military men to make a profit. He then welcomes people to come hunt for him. He says, I'm out for Halloween. Come catch me. I'm outside. Many netizens have stated, he asked, and he came back. This lands him getting punched in the face by Captain Korea in the middle of the street that we were talking about earlier. That both Ramsey and Gino IRL are outside at night on the street when a man walks up to Ramsey and just decks him in the face. Gino catches the bulk of it on his live stream. The Korean man promptly walks off like nothing happened, hands in his pockets. This is the first assault. He's not running away. The Korean man is not running away. He's just steadily walking away. It feels like an action movie, honestly. Gino, the minion, starts screaming after the Korean man. What the f is your problem? What the f is your problem? The man who just punched Ramsey calmly turns around and says, hey guys. Gino, the minion, starts following him, interestingly, at a laughingly slow speed. He's not even trying to catch up with the Korean man. The Korean man is not even fast walking out of there. He's not even pacing out of there. It's almost like he's timing the steps. As the Korean man takes one step, he takes one step. The Korean man takes one step, he takes one step. His actions, his speed, very incongruent with his words. He's screaming, oh hell no, why are you walking away? Side note, even the Korean news have played the clip in which the broadcaster states they continue to follow the man who is now walking away, asking him why he is walking away while maintaining a safe distance. He keeps screaming at him, bring your ass back here. The man indeed does do that. He comes back, snatches Gino's phone, one of them, straight from his hand, and then proceeds to just calmly walk away. Quite slowly, might I add.
He's holding Gino's phone?
He snatches Gino's phone. So now we're getting it from Ramsey's live stream because he's back up and live streaming after the punch. He takes Gino's phone and he just proceeds to calmly walk away. They continue to follow him, all walking, not even at a brisk walk, but a slow walk. Give me my phone back. To which the Korean man then turns around and throws the phone onto the ground, leaving Gino to go run after it. I mean, the whole thing is quite goofy, but Ramsey keeps following the Korean man, screaming, why are you walking away? Why are you walking away? Why are you walking away? Which the lesson here being, be very careful what you wish for, because he stops walking away. He turns around, faces Ramsey. Ramsey instantly flinches and changes his tune. I swear to God, man, try it. Yeah, you better walk away. You better walk away. Walk away, I swear to God. Go. Then what's up? Walking away?
Why are you walking away? And then goes, go, walk away, walk away.
Yeah, because he turns back around and he almost does like a little punching movement, and Ramsey flinches, and now he's like, walk away, huh? What's up? Walking away, what's up? What's up? Come back, what's up? Come back, you tried, and what's up? I do not think that the man is scared of him, which is why he stops punching him. I think that one punch is okay. Perhaps some people could see it as justified considering what Ramsey did. But seeing Ramsey flinch like that and appear scared, it would just be straight up bullying if he were to swing again and again. It wouldn't even be a fair fight, even though it's 2-1. Later, Ramsey goes on to rant. Hitting and running away? What a bitch. Which, Ramsey, come on now, let's be real. He did not run away. But he continues. Since when is hitting and running gangster? Roll up and square up. Where you at, bro? Come on, bro. That's not gangster. To which I honestly thought there might have been mixed comments because ultimately violence is never justified. But the comments read, it was not enough. 2v1 and they didn't dare do shit. These little mother kept provoking him, but when the guy turned around, he starts ducking back like little LMAO. Just take the L, bro. Ramsey ends up with a bandage on his right eyebrow after this altercation. The next hunt finds a handful of Korean live streamers finding Ramsey at night in a relatively empty alleyway. They're screaming at him, and one Korean man in particular is screaming, "You touched my girlfriend?" So they're all getting into a fight. It's a whole mess. There are multiple clips with multiple angles of a fight going viral all over X, showing Ramsey, Gino, and their Korean friend Hank Yu getting beaten up by one Korean man. The Korean man starts with Ramsey first, runs after him, tackles him to the ground, shoulder flips him onto the cold pavement, and then kicks him in the chest. He's quiet now. Ramsey is not talking back. Ramsey has zipped it up. He's quiet. The other Korean live streamers are calling the Korean guy a legend, a legend. Now, one thing to note is that Koreans are very into 1v1 fights. Ramsey is on the ground, vulnerable. They do not all come in and attack him and jump him. In fact, the Korean man's girlfriend steps in and pulls him off of Ramsey. Then the Korean man goes for Gino, the friend, slams him onto the ground. But it appears while he's going after Gino, Hank Yu, the disgraced Korean, is trying to grab at him. So now it's Gino and Hank versus the Korean man, to which the rest of the Korean live streamers break it up. And they're screaming, "You can do one-on-one, you stupid asshole." Because they're saying, like...
Yeah, because they have so many people, they could have jumped the three of them. So they're still being civil. Yeah.
Yes, it's not about jumping someone, it's about karma, is what I think they think. It's not what I'm condoning. You know, it's assault, it's a fight, but I guess they want a fair fight, a fair assault. That's what netizens are indicating. South Korean netizen comments translates to read, "The person who kicked that guy should be awarded a Good Citizen Award." Another reads, "Who cares what the police do? Citizens are punishing well. Don't even get the police involved." Another South Korean netizen comments, "Ban them from leaving the country and just release them on the road. God takes care of it." Another comment ominously reads, "It's going to get worse. They need to deport him to save his life." Ramsey Khalid Ismail could have been a very smart guy before he becomes one of the most hated people in East Asia, and I want to say Asia and perhaps America, everywhere. He's just a 23-year-old guy. From what I can tell, there's very sparse information online, but he's a very normal guy from Scottsdale, Arizona. Allegedly, he graduates from Arizona State University with a finance degree. Side note, there's a whole video of him talking about school, and he says before his career online, he was just a bot. And he calls all the students bots. Someone who is stuck in a hamster wheel of life. Which is so dumb. We are all hamsters stuck in the wheel of life. You're just a racist hamster that's still stuck in the wheel of life, but you're also getting punched in the face every now and then. Back to his monologue, he states, "When I went to school those first 4 years, I did really well in finance, but I was depressed. I did not like where my life was going. Like, where does that leave you? You go to school for 4 years, you go to work for 4 years, you end up in a cubicle with a suit on and a tie. Where's the mobility in life? I'd rather take a risk, you know, and live a different life, you know what I mean? Live in a different country, meet different people." Which, he's meeting a lot, right? Even with his right eyebrow busted, he is live streaming saying things like, "If you want to run up, run up. I don't care, come get me, I'm not scared." And run up they do indeed. There is a YouTuber in South Korea that is also a former UDT member. The UDT in South Korea is the equivalent of a Navy SEAL in America. He has joined the hunt for Ramsey. He finds him. Ramsey's eyebrow is already busted. He's walking out of a building, and the UDT man is waiting outside for him, taunting him. Odiga, Ramsey. Odiga. Odiga means, where you going? Where you going? He's like, where you going? Oh, and of course, Ramsey doesn't know what to say. He's alone. His little minions aren't with him. He's alone. He's afraid. So he just tries to act like he's big, bad, and tough. Where'd you go? And all of a sudden, the UDT man just shoves him onto the ground. It's a light shove, but he goes flying.
Taking aim.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's like a few little kicks that happen, and the police eventually get called. And I will say the police are very quick to separate the two of them. But Ramsey does seem very shaken up, disoriented when he gets back up. And it's clear to see that he got very lucky with this interaction. When the former UDT specialist, he's being held back by cops, the way he is eyeing Ramsey up and down, it's like he's ready for another round. He's taunting him. Good night, Salami. Good night. Good night.
He's saying that in English?
Yeah.
야, 굿나잇, 소말리. 굿나잇. 어?
The UDT man is ultimately arrested. Before he gets arrested,
He's arrested.
yes, but he gets released pretty quickly. Before he gets arrested, though, which this part feels like a sitcom, he's halfway into the back of a cop car. The police are standing right next to him, but they're letting him speak to another guy who's live streaming, and he's telling the live stream. He tells the live stream a very important message. In South Korea, we handle kids like Ramsey, so don't come to Korea and around.
Locking down Charlie.
To which netizens were enraged at him being detained. Though it was only for a moment, really, they comment, let him free, he did nothing wrong. There was brief outrage in South Korea over the incident. Well, for two things. For one, in Japan, Ramsey apologized multiple times. Once he even got down on his knees. Was he actually sorry? No, because the minute he gets deported and leaves Japan, he's already talking badly about Japan. But some South Koreans felt offended by the fact that he does far worse in South Korea and does not even offer up a fake apology. It feels extra disrespectful. For example, it would be like the equivalent of making 9/11 jokes in the New York City train loudly, aggressively, nonstop, then getting on your knees to fake apologize, versus rubbing baby oil and completely disrespecting the 9/11 memorial in New York City and going, I don't give a come find me. Does that make sense? It just feels, yes, both are bad.
Yeah, he's ramping up. He's getting worse and more and more aggressive. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, the comparison alone is pretty insane, but I'm just trying to give you context of what it would be like in it.
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
It helps, yeah.
Yes, so the South Koreans are very upset. I see some Americans commenting things like, why do you even want an apology? Even if he gives one, he doesn't mean it. It almost feels though like he cares more or is scared more of the Japanese government and does far worse and gets away with it in South Korea. So a lot of Koreans are like, we just want the same, at least give us a fake apology and we'll see what we do with it. We're going to get into it. He does give a fake apology later. But this was one big point of contention. The second being the cops kept showing up in every altercation and almost shielding Ramsey from the Korean citizens. Which, side note, I can see why the police have to do that per se. I get it. But it's honestly infuriating for Koreans to see.
Yeah.
I get the Korean netizen perspective. And Ramsey keeps taunting Korea with it. There's a clip of him saying that he's a VIP in South Korea. That's why the police protect him. He's like a VIP. He also says America made South Korea. He's American, so he owns this place. Which is not how it works. Yeah.
I just don't understand how he can get away with this.
Yeah. And he said that the cops told him he's a VIP, which I think is highly doubtful. And if they did, they probably meant vile idiot particle that happens to have limbs. But Ramsey taunts Koreans, and there's a clip of him saying in the back of a cop car, Americans have way more freedom here, protecting us. We in the back of a police car, come and get us, come and get us. The UDT man was released after being detained. It is stated that he was set up with a 5-star hotel afterwards, and he donated $1,000 to the pizza place that led him to discovering Ramsey's location and treated everybody to pizza. He also read out a public statement, a public apology for his act of violence. In it, he states, quote, without me even realizing, my fist just left. Basically saying, okay, I'm not laughing because violence is not laughable.
But he's like, I'm sorry that my hand just did something that.
Yes.
Okay.
And many Korean netizens received it as a very admirable apology. They have accepted his apology as sincere and genuine. Other netizens point to how at one point a group of Korean men surrounded Ramsey and his minion Gino and keeps yelling at them. Gino, the minion, keeps yelling at them. I will sue the with you. I will sue the view. Which feels, I mean, sure, okay, but netizens point out it's not what someone big, bad, and tough like Gino should be saying in that moment. Isn't this the same guy that will gut your ass out alive, that's doing all these things, and he's now just saying, my daddy's gonna call a lawyer? It's just people point out the weird juxtaposition. In regards to those finding and beating Ramsey, one netizen comments, where can I donate to this great cause? Vigilante justice is the future. The world needs Batman. Others find it hilarious. Some have commented, bro became the ultimate Asian Pokemon. Bro's not living long doing crap like that. Or many, again, point out the interesting aspect of Korean culture that people forget about, which is Ramsey doesn't understand the uniqueness of South Korea amongst other Asian countries. Almost all adult Korean men, from college students to the elderly, are military veterans. They also point out the fact that he believes that East Asians are docile, submissive creatures, and yet, here's a picture of him on day 5 of his South Korea trip, looking like very normal. Here's a picture of him, day 35 of his South Korea trip. He's got a busted eyebrow, he's bleeding from the lip, a busted lip, he looks like he's went through it. Another comment reads, just ban him from leaving the country and pretend not to notice every time he gets beaten. The strangest part in all of this is he's not even really making money. I mean, I'm sure he's making some money, but he's not making much to ruin his life over. He's getting banned from countries. He's facing potential legal and criminal trouble. His entire reputation as both his online persona of Johnny Salami, but also as Ramsey Khalid Ishmael of Arizona, is completely tarnished. Sure, he may or may not have a finance degree, but who would even hire him now? He's not even really controversial. Controversial would imply that he has some sort of fan base that supports him and is willing to fight for him. He's just generally a hated person. Nobody likes him. He doesn't even have a strong fan base. The only reason that people are donating is, in my belief, they're just donating because they get to see real life reactions and consequences on Ramsey in real time. You pay a few dollars and watch someone get beat up in real time. It's like a game. If anything, his fans are excited at him getting punched, which would mean that they're not really his fans. Can you really call them supporters at this point? He also has a few streamer friends, whom again, just want to associate with him because he's getting some attention right now. But I highly doubt they will still be around later when it dies down. One tries to defend Ramsey's skating. Koreans want to assault Ramsey because he dared to twerk on a World War II statue. The same streamer also posts Korean thugs chimping out and attacking Johnny because they have zero emotional regulation. Who cares that he twerked on a statue? That's not an excuse to lose control of your anger and kick someone in the head. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Ramsey has been banned from Twitch, suspended from YouTube, to which he says, I'm appealing the suspension from my channel, which I believe was a mistake. He has since taken to Twitter to ask people to send him crypto, stating, I created these today if you want to support free speech. This is the best way to support me continuing the fight. It does not appear that he's making much money off of all of this, but Koreans are. Yeah, Ramsey has been nicknamed the Golden Goblin. It's a game reference. A Golden Goblin is a game character that if you find and kill them, their pockets explode and you get all the loot. Meaning if you find him, you stream yourself screaming, yelling, degrading him, and perhaps punching him. Your viewership, fan base, donations, everything skyrockets. You make a shit ton of money.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so many news networks have even stated perhaps everyone is making money off of Ramsey, but Ramsey, one news network states, quote, he came to Korea for clickbait, but he gets turned into clickbait. Yeah. Some netizens have stated that crime goes unpunished every single day. There's violence that does indeed go without consequences. People get away with crimes all the time. If this is one of those times where he gets punched in the face and justice is not served, we're not going to be crying about it in our rooms. Ramsey has said, I think I was just born to be evil. I don't know. I don't like being good. If I make content, I like to make content that makes people violent. Someone in the chat says with him, I would rather self-exit, bro, than let an Asian kill me. Yeah, because I guess we're just so below that one person. To which Johnny responds, bruh, I hate Asians. Honestly, I think all Asians need to be exterminated. The only Asians I respect are the Chinese. And the thing is, Korean N-words are Chinese, Japanese are Chinese. That's why I only respect China. They're all Chinese, but with different writing scripts. To which someone asks him, what's your favorite neighborhood in Seoul? Which, like, what are you doing? He responds, shut your chick ass up, you dirty... Asian slur. I want to start a race war. With every country I go and radicalize, I'm going to start a race war. I'm tired of Asians. You're not starting a race war. Like, people just don't like you. You're not starting anything. Speaking of, Johnny has since apologized. He was confronted by a group of Korean live streamers, including the UDT guy who punched him for the third time of his assault. He apologized in front of a Comfort Woman statue. He states that as an American, he didn't even know what the statue really meant, which is a bold-faced lie. He knew exactly what that meant. I think that he had a better understanding of Comfort Woman and the history of it versus any other American that I could find on the street.
That's when they started. Where the can I find this one? Because I gotta do a twerking video. This one was beautiful. Where can I find this one?
He knew exactly. The first day he saw that statue to kiss her cheek, he said Japanese hate this shit. Like, they hate this statue.
So you even know the ongoing
Political, yes, contentions between the two countries. So, like, you know more than you know. You know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, everything he said is very, very. It's so bad to the point that it's so on the head of
Yes.
the issue. Like, he's so aware of the issue. That's why everything's so triggering.
Yes. So then he goes back twice and does it again. He also says he's glad that this issue brought awareness to Comfort Women, which Korean netizens have been very upset about. Those Korean live streamers that made him apologize accepted his apology, but I will say Korean netizens are very upset by this. Most of Korea is upset by this. They're actually very upset with those Korean live streamers saying, who are you to accept the apology?
Oh, they're upset that the Korean streamer accepted his apology.
And they all like took pictures smiling with each other. And it's one thing to accept the apology of like, hey, I'm sorry for things I've said about you. I'm sorry for that altercation that we personally had.
Yeah.
But they cannot accept the apology for what he did to the Comfort Women statues. And also, you know, a good chunk of the live streamers were men.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, also, what is the irony in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did apologize. I don't think he's sorry.
어느 플랫폼에서도 너가 한 번 더 이런 일이 대한민국에 있다라면은 나는 네가 어디 있던 무슨 일을 하던 시간을 줬어. 그러니까 절대 그런 일은 하지 마.
Well, look, I moved on from it. I'm cool. Like, I already apologized. I got him over 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, so now you have a career. So,
I mean, just listen to him talk about Asians. He wants them all exterminated, whether that's just for rage bait or not. I think he's just saying that so that he can walk around and try to make money without getting his face beat up every 2 seconds. Now, there are speculations that if he is able to leave South Korea, he is either headed for China or India next, which I think both would be very fascinating to see him in. I think both would be very interesting. He says about China, you will see me in Beijing, in Shenzhen, and a Chinese megacity, Chongqing. Japan will pay for what they've done to you, China, for what they've done to the greatest country on earth, the Communist People Republic of China. Which I don't think he's going to be allowed into China. I do know that there are certain areas that have now a visa-free, like 144-hour in certain cities in China for American citizens. But just based off of American passport laws, going into Japan and Korea are relatively easy, if not usually a guarantee. Getting into China, there is a harder visa process, even just for visitors. And if they see that he's banned from Japan, I just don't see how he's going to get in. He's also talked about how he wants to go to India, which is easier to get a tourist visa as a U.S. national. He has his reservations, though. He says, I'm not going to lie. I want to go to India and crash on those for content. But they're going to do like a... If you thought Korea was bad, wait till like a mob of Indians comes after me. That shit is going to be bad. Maybe it's the next journey, guys. Which is already so bizarrely offensive, but he goes on to say, because people look at Asians as like meek and like an easy target. So if I start attacking countries and races that people don't like already...
Oh, he's saying that...
People don't like Indians. Yeah. And he says, maybe I can win some of the haters back over. Which, again, indicates he believes people don't like Indians. But also, India is not a race. Also, Indians are Asians. Okay. To which his co-host on the group chat says, Asians are seen as this kind of like passive robotic people. Like, they have this weird... People like them for some reason. He goes on to state that if you can get India to hate you, everyone else in the world will love you because they don't like India. Which is such an unhinged take. I've never seen before and so stupidly mistaken. And also, no, you would just have more people hating you and giving them more of a reason to deck you in the face. I'm so confused by this logic.
Honestly, I would like to see him go to North Korea and try this.
That's what people are saying.
Yeah, right?
Deport him to North Korea, try this. See, dance on one of their statues, see what happens.
Dance, like remove one of the paintings.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah. Play a Diddy song.
Yeah.
Do it. To which I thought there might be more meaningful insight in the comment section, but alas, netizens will be netizens, and all the comments are like, don't go to India. Ramsey, come to our country. And they keep listing out their countries, including violent videos and GIFs of crimes that were committed in each country that they list out. But those people will have to wait. I don't know for how long, though, because he's currently being investigated for the convenience store incident, the 7-Eleven incident of disturbing the business, as well as for potential drug use. And though not confirmed, he could potentially be investigated for creating really explicit deepfakes. He had this thing where he tried to reason that he only came to Korea because he has a Korean girlfriend who told him to come, which is, side note, she's another Korean IRL streamer. He knows that every Korean hates him, and for him to lie and say that he is dating this Korean IRL streamer and she invited him to Korea to do these things is heinous. That puts a huge target on her back. But then he goes on to state that he's getting great private parts from her. It's weird. He shows a video of them kissing at a park and in a car. While it is true that he and the Korean streamer have hung out in the past, they are not dating, and the videos of them kissing are not real. So creating and/or spreading explicit deepfakes in Korea is quite a sensitive topic, I'm sure, anywhere. But with the new Enthron case especially, it's a very touchy subject, which people believe he could be investigated for. The other streamer in question is currently suing Ramsey for defamation. In retaliation, it's alleged that Ramsey doxed her information to try and get her to stop. If he is found guilty of creating and spreading explicit deepfake videos, he could be imprisoned up to 7 years in prison. I think honestly he should be more careful about the drug charges. You would do whatever you want in certain countries, but like drug is also a line that you don't cross in Korea. Drugs are a line you just don't cross. I believe 4 Korean YouTubers are filing charges against him alleging assault. It's alleged that the Korean authorities have confiscated his passport, but Ramsey is either putting up a fake brave front or he just doesn't know how serious it is. I don't know. I imagine worst case scenario, he'll be deported with a re-entry ban for a few years, similar to Japan. Best case scenario, perhaps he can see what Korean inmates think about comfort women statues and his dancing line. Under Article 2 of the Korean Criminal Act, foreigners who commit crimes in Korea are subject to local laws. So we will just have to wait and see what happens to Ramsey. What are your thoughts on this case? I originally thought that we were gonna talk about this topic in a Mott's episode because when I was coming across it, everybody was talking about it in like a very lighthearted manner. This guy is just our nation's punching bag. He's so racist, he's so bad, but it's more shocking to the point that it's so unserious because he's so unhinged. But when you actually look into what he does and the things he said and the act of what he did, and a lot of times many of the American streamers and the YouTubers, and I don't blame them because it's part of Korean history, I'm sure they don't want to get it wrong and they don't want to step on anyone's toes. But also the topic of comfort women, it's like, oh, these are statues symbolizing people who were victimized in war, who were tortured in war, women who were tortured. But it's so deep and it's so ingrained into many Koreans' lives. It's just, what are your thoughts? What do you think is going to happen to him? Do you think that this is vigilante justice, or do you think ultimately...
It's Weekly Weird News, and among the many unusual news trends we've seen in recent months is the high prevalence of stories involving bears, whether they're getting fat and killing each other, getting killed and giving the people who eat them brainworms, or getting killed and having their dead bodies unceremoniously dumped in New York City's Central Park by our incoming Secretary of Health and Human Services, who also happens to have a brainworm, although it's not clear that he got it from the bear.
Yeah, a lot of bear news. A lot of bear.
And this week, bear's back on the menu, boys. Not literally.
Okay.
Humankind may have successfully eradicated the grizzly bear from the U.S., except for a few small pockets in the Northwest, but black bears are still around in a lot of places, including here in Southern California. And it's not unusual for them to enter civilization looking for food or whatever and end up making a big old mess.
Yeah, they're just big lazy boys. They just want to eat whatever's the easiest thing possible. So when you hear about cars getting damaged by hungry furious bears in some of the less urban areas of SoCal, especially a mountainous area like Lake Arrowhead, it's no surprise, and in fact, perfectly plausible. And for the more criminally minded folks out there, it presents a clever opportunity for doing a little bit of insurance fraud.
How devilish.
Here's the San Bernardino Sun. 4 Los Angeles area residents were arrested on Wednesday, November 13th on suspicion of insurance fraud and conspiracy after allegedly falsely claiming a bear got into their vehicles and damaged them. There was no bear. Rather, a person in a bear costume was seen in video footage provided with insurance claims. Dubbed Operation Bear Claw.
We're eating them anyway. Might as well name this operation now.
Yeah. The California Department of Insurance began an investigation after an insurance company suspected fraud when the suspects, residents of Glendale and Valley Village, in January reported a bear had gotten into their Rolls-Royce Ghost in Lake Arrowhead.
Video footage was provided to the insurance company. The footage was reviewed by investigators who determined the video showed a person in a bear suit.
No, that's ridiculous. Who would do that? That's so stupid. That clearly you're not seeing the same video that we're seeing.
And biologists from the California Department of Wildlife also reviewed the footage, concurring with investigators that the footage, quote, was clearly a human in a bear suit, according to a news release from the Department of Insurance.
All right, stop. We got a biologist on the phone. I know you said that we were lying when we thought it was a guy in a bear suit.
Bring in the bear expert.
We look a fucking biologist. Yep. That's a guy in a suit. Anyways, back to my college I work at, I guess, or my lab.
It's always a joy doing what I do best, talking about bears.
Yeah.
After executing a search warrant, detectives found the bear costume in the home of the suspect.
Oh, well, it was expensive. You might want to get a couple uses out of it.
Yeah. And yeah, let's pause here to get a look at that bear costume. Oh boy. I mean, listen, that does not look cheap, but it also does not look expensive enough to fool anyone who knows what a bear looks like. And it appears that for the claw marks, they used some of those barbecue claws that people use to tear up pulled pork.
Sure, why not? A cheap and easy solution. Yeah, could a fake bear do this?
It works on me, it'll work on car seats.
Well, at first, I was a bit suspicious. I thought that was a man in a bear costume. But after further analysis and the clear marks that were made by very real claws, I'm starting to question.
Very real, very equidistant claws.
Hey, California Department of Insurance scam investigations, can you get your biologist on the phone?
We're gonna need to take some plaster casts of these claw marks.
Yeah. But hey, maybe on grainy security camera footage, the bear costume looked a little bit convincing. So let's turn it over to some local reporting from KTLA with that footage and some crime scene photos.
It didn't look like a bear to me.
Believable or barely believable. From afar, this surveillance video shows something or someone rummaging through a car. But if you look closer, it might just look like a bear. That's partially correct. It's actually someone wearing a bear costume accused of trying to get a hefty insurance payout.
What a bunch of knuckleheads.
Okay, so look, the bear costume did kind of, sort of pull it off. Though the bodily movements and the amount of visible wrinkles, it just kind of gives it away.
Yeah, if it was stills, they could have gotten away with it. But the fact that that's a guy. It's moving like a person in a bear suit. There's a bear suit 2 sizes too large.
But you can never be too sure, and that's why you call the biologist.
Maybe it's a bear that recently went on Ozempic and it's got a little extra skin.
Yeah. But
California bears, you know.
The claw marks are where they really fucked up. And it's not even just that they don't at all, upon further inspection, resemble claw marks from a real bear claw. It's also that insurance companies know what it looks like when a bear gets into a car. And it's usually a bit more like this, where the whole interior is just absolutely torn to shreds.
Yeah, I remember as a kid going to Yosemite pretty often, and there was always someone who, it could have been maybe even just a loose like M&M that fell between the car seats. But if you had anything resembling food in your car, it would get broken into. And I saw many of these cars up close, and it was
they can tear them apart like a whole
fucking loss.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, he was just curious. He was just scraping at it lovingly.
And the damage to these cars, it looks like someone in a bear costume or not, went in with the kitchen claws and just sort of scratched the seats a little bit.
I guess it's total. Can I have my money back?
Yes.
Irresponsible purchase, please. So yeah, these guys probably should have typed "car destroyed by bear" into Google Images to get a better idea of how to pull this off. But they're clearly not smart people that we're dealing with.
They thought they were, though. They probably thought this was genius.
Well, Elliot, now they have an excuse because they Googled that. You might get an AI-created image of a bear lightly scratching the side of a car.
Yeah, that's true. They might ask Grok.
Yes.
Anyways, they were apparently so confident in this very stupid plan that they not only destroyed that Rolls Royce, but also multiple other cars. The investigation also revealed 2 other insurance claims made by the suspects at other insurance companies, citing the same date and location of loss and bear-related circumstances, with different vehicles, a Mercedes G63 AMG and a Mercedes E350. This is definitely unique, but we have seen through our cases that people will do a lot of things to try and get an undeserved insurance payout, said Allison Hensley, Deputy Press Secretary at the Department of Insurance. Photos provided by the department showed the reported damage, puncture, and scratch marks on the interior doors and seats of the vehicles.
And what's especially bizarre is that this isn't the only story from just the past week about someone trying to blame a crime on a poor little bear.
An innocent bear.
The second story is a lot less fun than the first one because it involves a murderer trying to pin his crime on a bear. But it's similarly very poorly thought out. I also know of a guy who tried to pin a bike accident on a bear.
Yeah, leave the bears out of your schemes.
Yeah. Anyways, with more on the murderer who tried to pin it on a bear, here's NBC News. A man accused of murder after a 911 call about a fake bear attack in the mountains of Tennessee led authorities to a dead man last month has been found and arrested, police said Sunday. The arrest of Nicholas Wayne Hamlet, 45, in Columbia, South Carolina, ends a manhunt that was launched after the call late October 18th to 911 dispatchers in Monroe County. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office said it was informed Sunday that Hamlet, who had been sought on a first-degree murder warrant, was found and arrested in South Carolina. The case began when a man claiming to be Brandon Andrade called 911 and claimed that he was injured after he was chased by a bear and fell off a cliff, authorities have said. The call was pinged in the area of the Charles Hall Bridge on the Sharahola Skyway in Toledo Plains, a small mountain town in Tennessee with a population of about 800 people.
The body was found with an ID of Brandon Christopher Andrade, but it wasn't him, and Andrade's identity had been stolen and used multiple times, the sheriff's office said. The person also was not killed by a bear, officials said. Once detectives laid eyes on the body, the injuries that the deceased had was not consistent with a bear attack, was not consistent with a fall, Jones said at a news conference last month. The cause of death was found to be blunt force trauma to the head, he said. It was very easy to rule out, Jones said. A first-degree murder warrant was obtained against Hamlet after investigators determined that Hamlet, who was wanted on a parole violation out of Alabama, had been using the stolen identification before the body was found. The dead man was later identified as Stephen Douglas Lloyd, 34, who authorities have said Hamlet befriended during the summer, NBC affiliate WBIR of Knoxville reported.
So, yeah, definitely a much darker story than the insurance fraud one, but in both cases, a bear was blamed for crimes that upon even the briefest inspection were definitely not caused by a bear. Though, at least for a second, in the murderer one, he's like, we've got bad news for you. Your alibi's toast. You see, the wounds, the way that man died, it wasn't caused by a bear. And the guy stands up and goes, I know, I told you, the bear scared him and he jumped off a cliff. Aha. But
yeah, but he didn't fall off a cliff either. So
no, he didn't. But you could imagine what it would have been like if he did.
In our line of work, we have seen previous people who have fallen off cliffs. And yeah, that's not what happened.
You don't understand.
Sounds like someone just hit him in the back of the head.
He was so scared that he threw himself off the cliff and aimed right for his skull.
Yeah.
At least the insurance fraudsters used kitchen claws. This guy just hit another guy on the head and then blamed it on a bear, with falling off a cliff added for no apparent reason, considering there'd be pretty obvious signs of that as well. So if you're gonna blame a bear for something you did, at least try and make it a bit more realistic and do something a bear would actually do. Steal a picnic basket, drink an entire container of honey, change the spelling of your surname ever so slightly, and then gaslight people about it and make them think that you're living in a parallel universe. Give someone a brainworm.
Yeah, these are all things that bears can and have done.
You know who would do really well in insurance fraud? That guy that turned himself into a dog in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one would question whether that was a border collie or not.
That's definitely a dog. Dog ate my car.
Yeah. You can see him gnawing on it right there.
Yeah. If that's a man in a dog suit, that's the most realistic version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Clearly, that's a real dog.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a crime you could never blame on a bear: scamming people on the phone. It's a problem that's gotten so bad in recent years that most people simply refuse to answer phone calls unless they recognize the number on the caller ID. Governments seem incapable and unwilling to actually do anything about this to solve it. But luckily, we've got folks like the YouTube scam baiter Kit Boga, who wastes these scammers' time for a living and produces some very entertaining content from it. And now, at least over in the UK, the Kit Boga model is being adopted by O2, the country's largest mobile carrier, who say that they've created an AI tool that basically pretends to be a confused old lady and wastes these scammers' time while generating a bunch of useful documentation about how these scammers operate.
You know what? I'll give it to them. This is a good use case for generative AI. I gotta hand it to them this one time.
Sometimes it falls through the cracks.
Yeah.
Here's The Independent.
Phone giant O2 has created an AI tool that sounds like an elderly grandmother and will keep phone scammers on calls and away from the general public. The company said it had created the so-called scam baiter tool in response to research which found that 7 in 10 people wanted to get their own back on scammers, but did not want to waste their own time in doing so. The firm said it had worked with leading scam baiters, people who take on and disrupt scammer networks, to get phone numbers linked to its AI tool known as Daisy added to known lists used by scammers to target vulnerable consumers, and had been given the voice of an elderly grandmother to play on scammer biases about older people. It said the tool had been successful in keeping numerous scammers on calls for up to 40 minutes at a time and frustrated them with meandering stories and explanations about their tech use, as well as providing false personal information and made-up bank details. O2 said that by tricking fraudsters into thinking they were scamming a real person, Daisy has prevented them from targeting real victims, but had also exposed the common tactics used so the firm can help consumers better protect themselves.
I mean, 40 minutes is good, but Kit Boga has kept people on the phone for days.
Yeah, it's wild. It is funny that it's another Simpsons method. Tell them long, meandering stories that don't go anywhere.
So I tied an onion to my belt.
Which was the style at the time. Yeah. Give me 3 Bs for a quarter, you'd say. This is so good. I can't even imagine. All I can think of is Kit Boga in my head. He's just like fat fingering the phone, typing it in wrong, giving out the code.
Oh, jeez. All right, it says to press enter here. No! Don't! You bitch! What?
And yeah, this is good because there's only so many Kit Bogas in the world. This kind of scales it.
Come on, you're losing this fight.
Yeah, so I mean, we rarely have a reason to say this, but this is a great use of AI.
You get the seal of approval. It's a very rare seal of approval.
Not many people get that seal.
We don't hand this out to just anyone.
The more that the phone scammers are talking to a robot specifically designed to waste their time, the less they're going to be calling actual people. Of course, this probably goes both ways, and the scammers are certainly coming up with their own ways to use AI to make their jobs easier as well. But it's at least nice that someone is doing something to push back on this bullshit.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, is, again, as we've seen with so many things in modern technology, it's just going to end up being 2 robots talking to each other for literally no reason at that point.
Burning down the planet.
Just billowing smoke. Yeah.
Well.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
But for now, this one's fun.
They're saying that they're going to run out of electricity since AI shaking in like 2 years.
Well, luckily, we're bringing back the nuclear.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Are we?
We'll see.
Anyways, in other international news, let's check in on our good friends, the people of Japan. A nation a lot of Westerners associate with samurai and ninjas, but which no longer has either of those things. But that doesn't mean you can't try and relive some of the glory. And for samurai, the glory was mostly about either dying in battle or committing ritual suicide to prevent capture by your enemies, or because you had brought shame upon yourself.
Thankfully, nobody wants to bring back seppuku, where you disembowel yourself with a tanto blade before an assistant partially decapitates you with a sword. But recently, a contest was announced in which competitors would simulate seppuku, and the one with the best acting skills would be crowned the winner. Unfortunately, though, you can't do seppuku anymore because, well, because of war.
Yeah.
Here's the Straits Times. An outlandish contest daring participants to impersonate Japanese samurai writhing in pain after seppuku, ritual suicide, has been called off after criticism that it was in poor taste. Dubbed the seppuku contest, the event was slated to take place in December in the western Japanese city of Matsu, formerly known as the Feudal Lord Temple. Let us see your amazing acting skills as you agonize for about a minute after slashing yourself in the belly with a plastic sword, read an advertisement in a local newspaper last week.
Whoever has shown us the most powerful performance will win the top prize, it added. But criticism of the event soon snowballed on social media, where some said death by self-disembowelment should not be treated as entertainment. I get this is a performance, but are they going to make a contest out of people dying in pain? One user commented on social media platform X. This feels like making fun of the act of seppuku itself. Another said they felt instinctively averse to the idea of death being made light of. The contest organizer, who gave only their surname, Ogawa, said on November 14th that the competition was canceled after receiving lots of feedback saying it is inappropriate. We thought this contest could help encourage some people to become actors or even create something new in the genre of bizarre festivals, the organizer said in an email. While they initially thought the event would be entertaining, the organizer added that seppuku was still largely associated with death and killing, and we feel sorry for causing trouble.
We're sorry. We just tried to have a little bit of fun. But the fun police had to go on X, the everything app, and tattle on all of us and complain to Elon. And now we got an international incident.
Woke mind bears.
Well, Mr. Organizer, it would appear that you have brought great shame upon yourself and your nation's traditions. So, you know what to do.
Your tonsil blade is right over here.
But in other international news, we recently covered an indigenous politician in Australia rightfully yelling at King Charles during a royal visit, and now something similar, but even cooler, out of New Zealand. In terms of post-colonial nations where Europeans still make up a majority, New Zealand has done a relatively decent job grappling with its colonial past and giving the native Maori population a seat at the table culturally and politically. And it's become increasingly popular to refer to the country by its native name, Aotearoa. But the bar is, of course, very low, and there's still plenty of tension lurking under the surface. And this was put on marvelous display this week when the New Zealand Parliament descended into some beautiful chaos when the Chamber's Maori members reacted to a new bill that would reinterpret New Zealand's founding treaty for the ceremonial haka wording.
Yeah, I'm awake. Yeah, that woke me the fuck up. And nowadays, you mostly see the haka performed by New Zealand sports teams before a match, which is awesome. But seeing it in Parliament is a trip. It's way cooler than when our own politicians put on some kente cloth and take a knee.
What a bizarre photo in retrospect.
Yeah, the haka is sick. It's simultaneously both scarier and more dignified than the usual chaos you see when legislative sessions get out of hand around the world. Anyway, with more on what went down and why, here's the New York Times. The Treaty of Waitangi, signed by Maori chiefs and the British Crown in 1840, is considered New Zealand's founding document. It forms the basis of the laws and policies aimed at redressing historical wrongs against the Maori by colonizers. But a political party known as ACT, the most right-wing member in the Conservative coalition government, says it wants equal rights for all and that special provisions for people based on their ethnic origin have been divisive for New Zealand society. This month, ACT introduced the bill, which experts say could severely damage race relations and undo decades of work aimed at redressing historical wrongs against the Maori people by colonizers. It has already stoked racial tension in the country.
Maori make up roughly 20% of New Zealand's 5.3 million people. They experience material hardship, have worse health indicators, and are incarcerated at much higher rates than the population at large. Thousands of people protested the bill by marching across the nation to Wellington, the capital, this week, according to local media. The National Party, the main centre-right political party in New Zealand and the senior member of the governing coalition, has tried to distance itself from the bill. But party leaders had agreed to introduce the bill when they formed the alliance with ACT. Lawmakers voted to advance the bill on Thursday, but the legislation is unlikely to progress further or become law. You cannot go and negate with a single stroke of a pen 184 years of debate and discussion with a bill that I think is very simplistic, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon told reporters on Thursday ahead of the first reading. Mr. Luxon, who belongs to the National Party, said he wanted the bill to be voted down in the second reading.
So, yeah, sounds like Haka works if you know what you're doing. You got to know what you're doing. These people, they knew what they were doing. Like the second she started with that, and I'm sure it was pre-planned to an extent, but there looked like there was a few Maoris in that session who maybe didn't get the memo, and like at first they're like, okay, and then they got the rhythm. They started doing it was sick. Yeah. The tongue stuff. That dude with the hat, he was my favorite. He really got into it. But moving on now to an update on a man who has definitely earned his spot in the ever-expanding Weekly Weird News Rogues Gallery. Brian Johnson, the boy who tried to live forever. Most of us, if we managed to cash out hundreds of millions of dollars on a startup while still in our mid-30s, would use that immense wealth to go see the world and experience all it has to offer and never worry about anything ever again. But Brian Wilson chose a different, much less fun path where he willingly turned himself into a lab rat for every quack anti-aging treatment under the sun. And while he arguably had some success, it's been at the cost of literally never doing anything except subject himself to those quack treatments and tell other people about them.
But hey, it's at least been entertaining to gawk at. And this week, Brian Johnson certainly gave us all something to gawk at when he revealed one treatment that went very, very wrong for him. So in an effort to make his face look a bit less gaunt, Johnson certainly got his wish, in a monkey paw sort of way, when his face ballooned up in a way where it actually kind of resembled the round, swollen face of a newborn baby, and then later shrunk back a bit to what we would describe as a botched attempt at a Chad Squidward.
Give me the Chad Squidward.
So definitely freakish behavior. Here's futurism.
It is kind of like, so when we're talking about the penis stuff, I'm like, be careful, sir, because you might revert your penis into being a baby's dick. With this face thing, he literally looks like the way a newborn baby is, like all puffed up and like squinty and
yeah, he kind of looks
red.
like, you know those hyper-realistic flesh masks that they bring to horror conventions sometimes? They've got one that looks like Trump and Putin and everything. There's a baby's head one that looks like this.
It would be so funny if he just reverted into an adult-sized baby.
Yeah. With all the same rights and responsibilities. Sit there, crap yourself, and don't say anything.
But yeah, here's futurism.
In his extensive efforts to turn back the clock on his aging, 46-year-old youth-obsessed tech mogul Brian Johnson injected his face with fat-derived extracellular matrix, and the results are even more grisly than one might expect. Selfies Johnson uploaded this week to Instagram show his face progressively getting puffier and puffier, resulting in a bizarre and swollen visage straight out of the 2024 horror sci-fi flick The Substance.
The tech mogul, who has previously used his son as a blood boy and spends roughly $2 million per year on dubious anti-aging treatments, claimed he was aiming to restore some fullness after losing a lot of fat due to caloric restriction. My biomarkers were improving, but I looked gaunt, wrote Johnson, who was previously an investor in futurism, but is no longer involved. People thought I was on the brink of death. But after starting what he called Project Babyface, success, which involved injecting donor fat, his face began to blow up. And then it got worse and worse and worse, until I couldn't even see, he added. It was a severe allergic reaction.
Looks like he got stung by a bee.
Just bees all over.
Yeah.
And then later in the article, we get to some other news that's actually even more horrifying than what we just saw.
He put it on his dick.
No. There's also a chance we'll hear Johnson's name mentioned more frequently in the upcoming months. Last week, he posted a picture of himself standing next to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a fellow and truly unhinged health nut who's widely expected to take over the role of overseeing the Food and Drug Administration under Donald Trump's White House. Maha, he wrote in the caption of the photo, likely referring to Kennedy Jr.'s purported quest to make America healthy again.
Yeah, this guy's definitely going to be around more.
Secretary of Blood, Brian Johnson.
Peter Thiel for sure, and I think Mark Andreessen are I know Peter Thiel is obsessed with living forever.
Yeah.
And so this guy kind of seems like the sacrificial lamb. He's just doing all of it to see what works.
He's only a centimillionaire.
Yeah.
He's not a billionaire like the rest of these guys. So he has to be the first. He's like the king's taster.
Yes.
He tries all these treatments, and then if they are successul, then Peter Thiel and Elon Musk will use them.
You thought you were using Blood Boys when really you were the Blood Boy all along. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah. But this is exciting because, like, you know, so many Gen Zers, it's like, oh God, I'm never going to be able to afford to own a house in this economy with these wages. But now you're going to be able to not only sell your blood the way you can now, but be a blood boy for a rich man.
We're going to need a lot more Blood Boys in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Also, Elliot, another thing that will help, you know, you say you'll never be able to buy a house in this economy. Well, good thing they're figuring out how to make people live forever. Yeah. So eventually you'll be able to. Everyone watching, if they put in a good 125 years of work.
Well, I would say counterpoint to that, they're not building any new housing. And one of the few ways that new housing opens up is when people die. So,
well, I got a couple spare rooms for the Blood Boys over at the mansion, over at Teal's mansion.
This is my Blood Boy room.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got the headlines half of the show coming right up. But first, a word from this episode's sponsor, Factor. You notice how the days are shorter, but your to-do lists aren't? Power through your busy days with Factor's no prep, no mess meals. From breakfast to dinner and anything in between, Factor has easy, nutritious options to keep you fueled and feeling your best. Whether you like routine or you enjoy mixing things up, Factor has you covered with 35 different delicious meals every week and over 60 additional convenience options that you can add to your box, like keto cookies, pressed juices, and smoothies. Don't let shorter days slow you down. Stay energized with America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service.
Factor lets you do you. Choose from 6 menu preferences to help you manage calories, maximize protein intake, avoid meat, or simply eat well balanced. Because Factor's meals are chef-prepared and dietitian approved, you're going to love not only how Factor's meals taste, but also how they support your goals. And Factor is cheaper than takeout and dining out, so you can put that extra cash that you save towards holiday shopping. There's no sacrificing quality for convenience with Factor. Weekly menus offer ways to treat yourself to a restaurant-like meal experience with gourmet plus dishes that feature premium proteins and seasonal sides like broccolini, leeks, and asparagus. How does truffle butter filet mignon or garlic herb roasted barramundi sound? Mouth-watering, right?
My mouth is watering.
It can be yours in 2 minutes flat.
Stay on your A game with quality ingredients you can trust and quality you can taste in every one of Factor's fresh, never frozen meals. Use your time more efficiently. So important during these dark months. Let Factor take shopping, prepping, cooking, and cleaning up off your daily list of things to do. Join Factor today. Head to factormeals.com/weeklyweirdfifty and use code weeklyweirdfifty to get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month. That's code weeklyweirdfifty at factormeals.com/weeklyweirdfifty to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month while your subscription is active.
All right, thank you for sponsoring the show. Now let's get into the weirdest, craziest, wildest stories from around the world this week, starting with
Elon Musk's AI turns on him, labels him one of the most significant spreaders of misinformation on X.
Grok is going to get punished behind the scenes.
Grok has been very, very disloyal.
Uh-huh. We need to fix Grok.
Someone literally just asked Grok, like, who's the biggest spreader of misinformation on X? And Grok replied with, it wasn't even a short response, it was a very wordy, very detailed response. Yeah, it said that Elon is responsible for more misinformation on his platform than anyone else.
First his real children disowned him, and now his AI chatbot.
Yep.
Et2 chatbot, Et2 Grok.
And soon his surrogate father, Donald Trump, will also abandon him.
That's right.
He's so weird, always jumping. Very little bit gay.
The fact that he, or someone in his orbit, at his behest, I'm sure, had Grok create the image of him looking like Andrew Dice Clay with the gold chains and the Doge and all that. It's just clearly a man who hates himself, hates the way he looks.
He just wants to be cool.
Yeah. He's got a weird body, folks. He's got a weird body.
Anyway, join Blue Sky. The party is heating up over on Blue Sky, and I'm sure it makes Elon very sad. And that's like, you know, half the reason I'm there is because like, oh wow, a social network that doesn't suck. But the other half is definitely, oh wow, Elon Musk's gonna be very sad.
You can tell that it's actually crossed a certain threshold because it's turning X into more of an echo chamber than it even was before. And you're starting to see
they don't
cranks joining Blue Sky.
Yeah, well, because their whole reason to exist.
They want someone to fight.
Yeah, that's like so much of conservatism is just like oppositional defiant disorder. And so when they don't have other people to bother,
if they don't have enemies,
they're like, what is the point of this?
Yeah. So conveniently, though, people have made wonderful little shortcuts on Blue Sky where you can just immediately block any of those people.
Yep.
Yep.
Join Blue Sky. We're on there.
It's great.
I have officially stopped posting on Twitter. I'll still like retweet stuff, but I'm not going to be posting anymore over there.
All right.
I'm telling you. I'm done. I switched between the apps and like the feed, my feed on Blue Sky is just so much better.
So good. So good.
Anyways, next headline.
Red Lobster CEO says endless shrimp is never coming back because I know how to do math. This is such a weird PR thing because like Red Lobster went bankrupt, or didn't they? They closed a bunch of stores. They blamed it all on this endless shrimp thing, which cost them a few $1 million when they were in the hole like $1 billion.
It was just the most obvious money losing thing about their business, but yeah, it sounds like they made many more serious business mistakes. It's just very easy to point to a company that has gone bankrupt and say,
the shrimp.
You're really advertising the hell out of this endless shrimp package. What if the shrimp wasn't endless? But
I don't know if anyone connected the dots ever fully, but there was a story going around about how the company that owned Red Lobster at the time, or they
got bought by like the seafood version of like Bain Capital, where they were just bleeding them dry.
They got bought by like the shrimp kings of Asia.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that they had a seemingly endless supply of shrimp that they could have used.
The thing about shrimp or anything on this beautiful planet, the only planet we have, is nothing is endless. Definitely not shrimp.
They farm shrimp.
They do, but I don't know if the farm shrimp, are they as good?
I would say that once it's drenched in butter at the Red Lobster, that it would probably be hard to tell the difference between that and anything else.
I guess the shrimp you're getting unlimited at Red Lobster, you're not. It doesn't really matter. You're right. Smuggler caught with hundreds of tarantulas strapped to body.
Was he smuggling the tarantulas, or was that a unfortunate side effect?
That's just my fetish. I like having all these tarantulas strapped to me because you haven't lived until you felt all those little hands.
The Great Awakening was the scene in Home Alone where he puts on Marv's
your
face.
body. Oh, God. Oh, all of those tarantula legs moving all at once.
Yeah.
No, this was some Korean dude who was down in Peru, I think, and I guess tarantulas fetch a pretty penny back in Korea, and down in Peru, they're pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he just like, I'm assuming he must have like drugged them or something, but they were just sort of like in little bags that he taped to his body, and it was hundreds of tarantulas. They were doing the post-bust like photo op, and it was just like a table covered in Tupperware containers with tarantulas in it.
Well, I guess it's better than having them all over your entire body touching it.
Yeah, it's weird because like tarantulas are obviously more scary than other spiders in many ways, but I think they're also like less scary than other spiders in some ways, mostly through the fact that if a tarantula's around, you're seeing that tarantula. If a tarantula is like 50 feet away and you see it and it crosses your peripheral vision, you can see that tarantula.
Yeah.
Whereas the smaller spiders, they can sneak up on you.
Yeah.
They can get real close
put your hand
without
in
you
the wrong place.
noticing. Yeah. Like I'm not. There's not a tarantula hiding in my fucking shoe when I slip my foot in it.
Well, it could be, I guess. But I don't think they are very aggressive towards humans.
They're not. I don't think they're venomous either.
Yeah, I don't think they're. But it would still suck to get bitten by one.
Yeah, or just like have one around.
My cousin had one when I was growing up. I didn't like it very much.
They're horrifying creatures.
Yeah,
all spiders are.
They are, but I've come to terms with most of them. They keep the bugs away.
Yeah.
They're mostly harmless.
The coolest ones I've recently found are when I started growing shit in my yard. They're called like jumping spiders. They're a garden spider that eats a lot of pests in your garden, and they look crazy. They look like they're fucking dangerous, but they're not at all. And when you look at them, they follow you.
It's not going out.
Like very conspicuously.
Smart spider.
Yeah. Speaking of smuggling, cigarette smuggler caught trying to cross river disguised as a water plant.
What?
He's crossing a river in South America, somewhere into Argentina.
Dressed as an industrial-sized municipal water filtration plant?
Like a plant. Yeah. A living plant.
Yeah, like a lily pad.
Yeah, he was in like a wetsuit with like a snorkel and had a big water plant like strapped to his back. And
this is Bugs Bunny behavior.
Yeah, a boat passed by, and I guess he was moving too fast because they're like, there's no current right now, and that thing's hauling ass. Let's shine a light on that. Wait, is that a guy? Is that a big?
They just put their finger over the snorkel.
I would hope so. But yeah, he had a shitload of cigarettes. Curious. I mean, he's trying to bring them into Argentina, which obviously has an economy that is not doing great, but also has never been doing great. So
seems risky for cigarettes to be going through the water like that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess the hyperinflation. Well, he had them wrapped in plastic.
Yeah.
He wasn't just dragging loosies in the lake. Here you go.
Yeah, thanks. Leaked emails reveal scale of Swedish minister's banana phobia. Okay.
Yeah, she's scared of bananas. She doesn't want to be near them. Anytime she goes anywhere for like a meeting or appearance, emails sent ahead. So they're always like, she's actually like highly allergic to bananas, but it comes out that no, she just has a weird phobia of them, doesn't want to see them, doesn't want to smell them, definitely doesn't want to eat them.
Back in the 90s, you'd get to go on Maury because of this.
Yeah. This is a weird thing. The only other example is there was like that guy on Jackass who was super grossed out by mustard.
Yeah.
Like it was the worst thing in the world to him. Rob himself or one of those guys. One of the secondary characters. And I knew a guy in college who had a similar thing to this lady, but with oranges. He wouldn't eat anything even remotely orange flavored, and even like if you had an orange and tried to put it close to him, he would freak the fuck out. This has to be tied to some sort of like childhood trauma, because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
You know how many phobias? Do you not scared of any phobias?
I mean, I'm afraid of like heights. Yeah. Like if I'm really high up and I look down, I get like dizzy and like my palms start sweating. But I think that's pretty normal. Yeah.
I got the submechanophobia bothers me.
What?
You know how they have like the window that you can look at the propeller of the Queen Mary? It's underwater, but it's this giant mechanical thing. That stuff freaks me out.
I mean, it makes me uncomfortable.
We are heading back
like lighthouses or whatever, or buoys. Even buoys out there in the water.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I kind of have megalophobia. I'm just scared of gigantic things. Yeah. I went to the Jim Henson Studios last weekend for they do this improv show called Puff It Up. Highly entertaining. But it's on a soundstage, like where they make their movies and shit. On the back of the soundstage, they have a pair of Muppet eyes that are about 20 feet across, like in the shadows. So you barely see them. They're just, but you look back there and you're like, oh, there is a like 300-foot Godzilla-sized Muppet, like hiding behind the wall, peeking in. Yeah. And that did kind of freak me out.
Attack on Titan from Muppet.
Yeah, it's a Muppet Titan.
Well, put your favorite phobia in the comments below.
Yeah, list your phobias below. Easier for students to come out as gay than Christian, evangelical group says. They would say that, wouldn't they?
It's just so hard being a Christian in today's America. It's just so hard.
This is one of those things where I'm sure there is some truth to what they're saying. Also, this is like an Irish group, or this is in Northern Ireland, so this isn't, they're not talking about us, although I've definitely throughout my life heard American Christian groups make the same claim. But I think it probably has less to do with the students coming out as Christian as the way that they come out as Christian, which I can guarantee you is almost always in the form of calling someone else a bad person and a sinner.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing to just be like, oh, by the way, I'm Christian. Like, okay, cool. Okay. By the way, I'm Christian, and what you're doing means you're going to hell.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fuck you then.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so hard being. I bet if I told you that I was gay, you'd give me a hug.
It's similar to like people are like, oh, there's so much discrimination against conservatives. It's like, no, you people are just fucking annoying, and I don't want to like talk to you or be around you.
Yes.
It's really. Like, there's all this, again, with the blue sky, like people are just blocking MAGA idiots on site. And there's this whole stupid fucking conversation now with multiple columns about like, wow, like the left just doesn't want to engage with the other side's ideas. And it's like, no, we know what their ideas are. We just think they suck, and we don't think it's a good use of our fucking time.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm. Simple as that. Woman discovers needle left in vagina during childbirth after 18 years of pain.
Use of deadly force has been approved.
Oh, boy.
Securing Charlie.
Yikes. That sucks.
Taking Bravo underway.
Well, at least, I mean, imagine the relief.
Lockdown.
Yeah.
That's the silver lining here. Yeah. But yeah, I guess this is in Thailand, and I think this woman's from like a poor area, poor background. So it's not, all these years, it's not like she could just go to her doctor and ask for an x-ray or whatever. But yeah, they found it, and then even after they found it, they're like, it is kind of just loose in there. So we need to come up with a plan for actually getting it out, because like if it shows up over here 1 week and we get you back in here next week, it might not be there. We might be cutting into you for no reason.
You know what? Just go home and don't worry about it. You've lived this long with it.
Yeah.
What's another 18 years?
Jesus Christ.
Get this thing out of me.
I mean, this is bad for her, but honestly, any man who's been in there, that's like, they must have either narrowly avoided a really bad time, or maybe they did have a bad time, and she's like, this is why I can't keep a boyfriend. This is why my husband won't even look at me.
No response to that. So she's cheating on her husband then with some random
I don't
guy.
know. Maybe she got divorced. We don't know her background. We just know she has a needle in her vagina.
Controlling Bravo.
And Elliot wants nothing to do with it.
No way. It's like dentata, but like almost, well, not worse, but it's bad. Well, it's scary. I don't like it.
I'm sure she didn't either.
First monkeys, now emus. Officials confirm multiple emus on the run in South Carolina.
What is going on? We need to shut South Carolina down until we figure this all out.
Yep.
What has been going on? Is there also an island for emus that this testing facility also has a contract with the government for?
Genesis? Yeah. I don't know. No, this is just, they say multiple, it's two emus. This came from like a farm.
Yeah, but they say that they are untrained and dangerous.
You can't train an emu.
Yeah, so there you go.
I mean, honestly, I'd be much more scared to encounter emus just randomly than encounter some macaque monkeys, because an emu can fuck you up.
Yeah.
Look at those feet.
Okay.
They're like dinosaurs.
30 to 50 rhesus macaque monkeys or 2 emus.
Monkeys.
Yeah.
I'm going with the monkeys.
There's a shark, a big hungry shark, 10 feet away from the boat with an electric motor. The boat has an electric motor. The shark's right there. The boat's sinking. And you're gonna tell me I can get shocked or deal with the shark? I'm taking the boat every time.
Yeah. And now he gets to take the boat every time.
Yep, because he's the big wet president.
Have you driven past the? I think it's either ostriches or emus up near Solvang.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy. You're just driving on the highway. Yeah, in Buellton, you're driving on the highway, and it's like there's 500 fucking emus off the side of the road.
Sometimes they're running real fast.
Yeah, they're scary.
Yeah,
they're very. You see them in pictures, and you're like, what? No big deal. You see them in real life, they're like 8 feet tall.
It's like a big fist that you have no idea where it's going. It can just get you right in the face. I don't like it because I feel like I'm getting my eyes pecked out.
Yeah, no way. I'll take.
And look at me, I got 2 eyes.
I choose the monkeys every day.
Every time.
Losing B.
Man who turned up outside Parliament in armor carrying samurai swords wanted to speak with Boris Johnson.
You're not going to try to duel him, are you?
Listen, I'm just here to talk to Boris.
Yeah.
That's all.
Just a little
Don't let the body armor and the samurai. I guess it was just modern body armor. I was picturing a full samurai armor outfit.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that would have been cooler.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was
wearing like a Kevlar vest.
If I was Boris Johnson, I would have at least come to the door and taken a peek.
Oh, what's all this then?
But it was just some like fucking Kevlar from the internet.
Yeah, done.
But I'm curious what he wanted to talk to him about and why why he needed
Hostile counter
some
UAV
swords
established
and some
above.
armor to do it.
Enemy UAV
I do.
inbound.
I think maybe they're just like, he's not the prime minister anymore. Well, then get me Liz Truss. No, she's not the prime
Well, then
minister.
give me the head of lettuce.
Then get me Rishi Sunak.
Take out that CUAV.
Then get me Keir Starmer. That's not a real name. I'm just gonna go home.
Norwegian fisherman
They're
accidentally
taking
caught
two.
U.S. sub in net.
It happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
Wow, real big catch down there. The
Enemy
fish
UAV
do be fishing.
inbound.
Yeah, they probably thought, oh God, fishing these days, it's such an uncertain business. Sometimes you catch it, sometimes you don't.
We got
It's like
Taking
dragging the
control
ship.
underway.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was just a U.S. submarine doing some exercises up with
Taking
the
B.
Norwegian Navy, and they had to cut they had to cut the net. But the Navy, the U.S. Navy did say they'll pay for a new net because those are not cheap.
Nuh-uh, not with my tax dollars. You're on your own, Norway.
Elon Musk will make sure those Norwegian fishermen get nothing.
Not very efficient. Yeah.
Anyways, that's our episode. Please, of course, as always, many of you have done it already, but if not, like the damn video.
Yeah.
Please.
Start liking the video. Do it early and often.
Yeah. It's aging, but
Hey everyone, we have located the post videos of us. They're on there too.
listen, it's been a little over a week since the election, and hey, we figured at least he's not taking office for 2 more months. Maybe things will be relatively peaceful for at least a couple weeks while we all decompress from what just went down and mentally prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. But no. Of course not.
I can't get a damn wink of sleep.
No. Trump has hit the ground running and has wasted absolutely no time staffing up his next administration. And folks, this is no surprise at all, but it's going to be a real rogues gallery of freaks who will be running the day-to-day operations of this country starting on January 20th.
So if you'll recall, during Trump's first administration, the average tenure for key White House and cabinet personnel was exceptionally short. And Trump left a long line of former officials in his wake who went on to publicly say very mean, very nasty things about him afterwards. So naturally, one of the big questions in the lead up to a potential Trump victory was who he would be bringing to D.C. with him. Certainly, almost no one from the first administration would be in the running, and there would probably be a lot fewer of the relatively normal Mattis and Kelly types. But there's still a very deep well of Trump sycophants with marginally relevant job experience to choose from. But plenty of name recognition. All the stars are out for this
Straight out of central casting.
And this week he has been filling all of those roles at just lightning speed.
Yeah.
Faster than we could have anticipated, and
faster than we can publish this. There will probably be more by the time this goes up.
His first go around in 2016, it took a very long time for these positions to come out. He named Steve Bannon as chief of staff early on, but a lot of the roles weren't filled. This is crazy.
So let's start with what's probably the most insane and unexpected cabinet pick so far. Please give a warm round of applause to your next Attorney General, the man in charge of the entire U.S. Justice Department, Matt Gaetz. And no, we are not fucking kidding. For what it's worth, he did apparently go to law school and he practiced law for, I think, a grand total of 3 years. But this is the only time we can think of when the person running the Justice Department was himself under investigation by the Justice Department just a year or so earlier.
Well, obviously he has a very inside look at how it operates.
He knows how the sausage is made.
Yeah, because he is the sausage.
He is the sausage. And yeah, while that whole sex trafficking scandal never resulted in any charges for Gaetz himself, he did have deep personal connections to the guy who did end up going to prison for it. And more recently, some sworn testimony in the civil suit further confirmed Gaetz' involvement, along with just a ton of evidence in the whole course of that story breaking. Even Gaetz' Republican colleagues in the House, who mostly seem to deeply dislike him, have referenced the scandal while publicly talking shit on him. And he's been under a House ethics investigation over it for the last 3 years.
As recently as August, when Kevin McCarthy called him out on
the
TV.
floor of the RNC.
Yeah. So Gaetz' Republican colleagues seem to have mixed feelings about this pick. Now, on the bright side, they won't have to see him at work anymore. But on the other hand, the Senate has to actually confirm him for the job, which seems less than 100% likely to happen. Here's the New York Times with a report on the general reaction on Capitol Hill, which is basically, him? Really?
That guy?
That guy? Okay, I guess we're doing it. Here you go. He's got his work really cut out for him, Senator Joni Ernst, Republican of Iowa, said, chuckling as she spoke. Senator John Cornyn, Republican of Texas, raised his eyebrows when reporters informed him of Mr. Trump's choice. I'm still trying to absorb all this, he said. Mr. Cornyn later told reporters, I don't really know it, other than his public persona.
We're getting pummeled here.
Yeah, probably adding, and that public persona, not great.
I don't know his reputation as like actually doing things in the government, but I know his personal reputation of being a weird sicko creep.
Always good when your actual job has nothing to share, and everyone knows everything about what they've heard of you on TV and news and criminal cases. Yeah. So it continues. Several members of the House called for the Ethics Committee to release their findings of their investigation into Mr. Gates immediately, since the probe would close should Mr. Gates resign to take the post. The allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use are likely to play a central role in his confirmation process.
I was shocked by the announcement. That shows why the advise and consent process is so important, said Senator Susan Collins, a Maine Republican who has sometimes clashed with Mr. Trump.
I'll tell you one thing. I've heard about enough from Miss Susan Collins, who every step of the original Trump administration said,
well, let's just wait and see.
I think that we've all learned our lesson, and specifically Mr. Trump has learned his lesson this time. How many fucking lessons do we have to learn? Because I've had enough lessons.
Yeah. I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions raised at his hearing. I don't think he's a serious candidate, Senator Lisa Murkowski, an Alaska Republican who also has broken with Mr. Trump frequently, said of Mr. Gates. Even some of Mr. Trump's stalwart supporters declined to offer support. Senator John Barrasso, Republican of Wyoming, refused to speak specifically about Mr. Gates' candidacy, repeating that he was looking forward to all of Mr. Trump's nominees receiving confirmation hearings and getting the president-elect's cabinet in place. Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican of Iowa and a former chair of the Judiciary Committee, stood expressionless as reporters asked him if he had any concerns about Gates, refusing to answer. Although, to be clear, that man is 100 years old. Yeah. He could have just been having a Mitch McConnell moment where he, the hard drive skipped.
Sorry, I'm having a Malax moment. No, but it is very telling that your administration's cabinet picks are eliciting such a response from people that you would consider friendly to your cause.
Team.
Yeah, just the idea that people are even saying no comment to an appointment from the next administration is very telling of how bad this is.
Well, it's like not even just that they personally dislike this guy. It's like this is an important job.
Yeah.
And even if your plan is to enact just pure evil upon this world, you want someone competent. Yeah, and Matt Gaetz does not give off Attorney General vibes.
Doesn't seem like anyone trusts him or that he's actually qualified for the job. He's only being positioned there for retribution.
Yeah.
The most retribution you could get. Here's ABC News with some more. Several House Republicans meeting behind closed doors said there was an audible gasp in the room when they heard Trump had picked Gates. Representative Max Miller, Republican of Ohio, a former Trump aide who was particularly critical of Gates following his efforts to oust then Speaker Kevin McCarthy last year, strongly disputed the choice. Predicted Gates wouldn't be approved by the Senate. I just think it's silly. I believe that the president is probably rewarding him for being such a loyal soldier to the president, but the president is smart enough, and his team is smart enough to know that Mr. Gates will never get confirmed by the Senate whatsoever, he said. And so this is just going to be a very long period of time for him that he's going to get excoriated by members of the Senate on both sides of the aisle because he's never been a team player and he's never helped out this conference. Miller said that there's two types of chaos, saying Trump brings one that is positive, but the one that Gates brings breaks things.
It's in your own team sometimes.
Yeah.
And just to add to the pile on, here is the very conservative Ben Dominic, the husband of Meghan McCain and the founder of The Federalist. This is a dyed-in-the-wool conservative, and here's what he wrote in a blog post this week. I realize that we are occasionally given to hyperbole about the untoward nature of politicians, but let me be clear. Matt Gaetz is a sex-trafficking, drug-addicted piece of shit. He is abhorrent. His eyes are permanently rimmed with the red rings of chemical boosters. In person, he smells like overexposed Axe body spray and stale Astroglide. The fact that he boasted on the floor to multiple colleagues in the House of Representatives of his methods of crushing Viagra and high-test Red Bull to maintain his erection through his orgiastic evenings is perhaps the least offensive of his many crimes against womanhood and Christian faith. The man has less principles than your average fentanyl-addicted hobo. He likes them underage, and he's not ashamed about it. Matt Gaetz isn't just your average extreme Florida MAGA man. He's a hypocritical ass with the worst Botox money can buy, pursuing an ever thinner nose and higher cheekbones at every opportunity, like a real housewife gone mad for fillers. Every Republican in Washington has an opinion about Matt Gaetz, and 99% of those opinions are, keep Matt Gaetz away from my wife/daughter/friend and anyone I care about. He is a walking genital, warts included as a bonus. If I was merely attempting to count the number of women I know who have had bad experiences with Matt Gaetz, I would run out of fingers and toes. If you vote for him to be the Attorney General of the United States, you don't just need your head examined, you need to be committed to a mental institution. The man is absolutely vile. There are pools of vomit with more to offer the earth than this STD-riddled testament to the failure of fallen masculinity.
You know, you hate to give it to him. That was a pretty accurate description of everything known or learned about Matt Gaetz in the past couple of years. He is, a walking testicle. That's a pretty good summation of what he is. But Gaetz himself, he seems confident enough in his confirmation that he's already resigned from the House of Representatives.
I got a new job.
Don't worry about me. I'm going to be just fine.
Yeah.
It might seem a bit hasty, but him resigning means an end to the House ethics investigation into Gaetz. So maybe he and Trump cooked this whole thing up as a way for Gaetz to avoid accountability somewhat gracefully. I discharged myself honorably.
Yeah, I didn't quit my job in the House of Representatives to avoid the incoming bombshell report about what a piece of shit I am. I quit because I was appointed as the Attorney General, and well, I guess it just didn't work out. Anyway, back to the lobbying, back to the public sector. It's the lobbying.
Might actually be the boss coming to him early and going, "Hey, you might as well quit because you're on the chopping block. Let's just save your reputation a little."
It's pretty clever.
Yeah. Or maybe he does get confirmed as Attorney General, and we all sink slowly into hell, burning alive in the process. But he could actually become the Attorney General, and then the DOJ takes an active role in policing all of the GOP's most deranged culture war grievances, with one of its most deranged culture warriors at the helm. I shudder to think what's possible.
It's going to get so dumb.
Either way, we get to see Matt Gaetz get publicly shivved by his former colleagues on live TV, or we get FBI raids on elementary schools because someone's sister's husband's cousin's neighbor heard they were letting furries shit in litter boxes. We do prefer the first option.
Yeah.
The second option, not going to be as fun for him.
Yeah, I mean, the one silver lining, if he does get the job, is that you know he would be fucking awful at it, and would be very ineffective. But he also has a lot of grievances that I'm sure he wants to focus the full might of the law at, and that's scary. Yeah. So, there's no winners here.
And he could focus that law away from other things, which is also very helpful for him.
So despite Republicans being stoked about another Trump term, they're clearly less stoked about some of his cabinet picks. And that's also true of his choice for Secretary of State. Come on down, Little Marco. What Trump used to call him, Little Marco Rubio, because the history between these two guys has mostly consisted of Trump ruthlessly mocking him during the 2016 primaries. And in the 8 years since then, Rubio has been mostly staying off Trump's radar by being a good little soldier and quietly embracing the Trump legislative agenda. But what also makes this a kind of odd choice is that Secretary of State is the government's chief diplomat in charge of handling all foreign policy. And Marco Rubio is very much an early 2000s-style Bush-era neocon. In other words, he's never met a war he didn't like, and he's never met a developing country he didn't want to invade.
But I thought that Trump was going to end all of the wars.
That's what he told us.
Yeah, well, very naive of you. Rubio is a steadfast supporter of giving Israel as much free money and bombs as it wants. He's got a massive boner for going to war with Iran. He wants to escalate the U.S.-China relations into a modern Cold War, and he's been very publicly in favor of doing a bit of regime change in Latin American countries that aren't sufficiently pro-USA. Now, none of this is unique. It's basically the same hawkish foreign policy both parties, but especially Republicans, have been doing for the past 80 years. But it is still kind of funny how much of a swamp creature Trump's pick for the nation's top foreign policy position is, given the way he painted himself on the campaign trail. But again, we've been telling you this. Why would anyone trust anything he's been campaigning on?
Yeah.
But hey, look, at least Rubio seems pretty aligned with Trump on one thing, and that is cutting off aid to Ukraine and making them give up a bunch of territory to end the war.
He loves all wars except this one, for some reason.
This one in particular, definitely something we got to stop funding.
Yeah.
Why don't we give more of that money to Israel? What a great idea.
Yeah,
Thanks,
imagine
Marco.
how many more apartment buildings Israel could bomb in, what is it, like 4 or 5 different countries they're bombing at this point?
Yeah.
That's a lot of bombs they're going to need. Yeah. We're bombing Syria. We're bombing Gaza. We're bombing Lebanon. Maybe we could do Egypt. Maybe a little bit of Jordan. Who knows?
Anything's possible in the Trump presidency, folks.
In a similar vein, the role of U.S. ambassador to Israel has pretty much always been filled by someone who unquestioningly supports anything that they do, and that's not changing. But the selection of Mike Huckabee for the role is still kind of wild because it's the first time in quite a while that the job has been filled not by a Jewish Zionist, but by an evangelical Christian Zionist, which means his support for Israel has less to do with geopolitics and more to do with triggering the rapture.
Yes, that's the thing.
Huckabee himself isn't on record saying this shit out loud, but Christian Zionists believe that Jesus will only return once all the Jews are back in the Holy Land. And that means supporting not only Israel's right to exist, but also its expansion. So yeah, he's a huge supporter of increasing Israel's illegal settlements into the West Bank and the Golan Heights, and pretty soon, Gaza. He doesn't even pay lip service to the two-state solution and thinks Palestinians, who he does not consider a legitimate ethno-national group, should all just move to Egypt and Jordan. Get out! Again, in practice, this is really not all that different than the unspoken U.S. policy towards Israel going back decades from both parties. But now we're saying the quiet part out loud, except for the part about triggering the rapture, which is on the DL.
It's still implied, though. Yeah. Anyways, in a similar vein, the next U.S. ambassador to the UN won't be all that different functionally than the current one when it comes to running cover for Israel's war crimes and vetoing any attempt to do anything about it. She'll just be louder and more annoying about it. Representative Elise Stefanik is one of those Republicans who has made it through multiple eras of her party's metamorphosis by essentially just going with the flow. From the Bush neocon era to the more moderate Paul Ryan era to Trump. And under Trump, she's loudly embraced a bunch of dumb 2020 election conspiracies, and more recently been one of the loudest voices in not only calling anyone protesting against Israel on college campuses anti-Semites, but also accusing the colleges themselves of being anti-Semitic. She's also got basically zero foreign policy experience and is the latest in a long line of Republican UN ambassadors who would clearly rather the UN did not exist at all.
Yeah.
I'm just here so I still get paid.
The goat of this was John Bolton under Bush, who very on record many times saying the UN should not exist.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be doing this right now.
The one advantage that she has over John Bolton with the Trump administration is that Trump was not a fan of that mustache.
No. What's he hiding under there?
It's got to be something suspicious.
Yeah.
That's why we picked Elise. She can't grow a mustache. So there you go.
Well, so far, this is just a bunch of Republican lifers who have molded themselves into whatever the party is currently all about. But then we get to the new Secretary of Defense. And we've got a guy who very much fits right into the more fashy Christian nationalist side of the MAGA movement, while also still being a throwback to the Bush-era version of the party. Pete Hegseth is our next Secretary of Defense, and that is sure to excite your Fox News devouring uncles, because Pete Hegseth's job for the past decade has been as a Fox News talking head. That's the guy from the TV. Now, to be fair, before that, he was a major in the Army National Guard, and he deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, along with a stint as a prison guard at Guantanamo Bay.
That one was just for fun, though.
Yeah, that was for me.
I was just blowing off a little steam.
And since returning to civilian life, he has defended the existence of Gitmo, and apparently personally convinced Trump to pardon a bunch of soldiers who were convicted of war crimes. Not even just accused of them, already convicted under the military court system we have in this country to deal with that, where the bar for actually getting a conviction on anything like that is exceptionally high.
Yeah, there is photo and video evidence that he got Trump to turn a blind eye to.
Look, they were just blowing off steam when they mutilated those corpses.
Literally, he explained to Trump that this is what tough guys do, and Trump was like, yeah, tough guy wouldn't play by the rules. So, yeah, it's no surprise someone like that is also an anti-Muslim bigot. But Pete Hegseth's bigotry has the added element of Christian nationalism, as demonstrated by his Deus Vult and Jerusalem cross tattoos, which reference the Crusades and are popular symbols among the Christian far right, and his ties to Christian nationalist Douglas Wilson. He even wrote a book called American Crusade, about how we basically need another crusade, this time to get all the Muslims out of the West. And unlike Huckabee, Pete Hegseth has publicly made clear that his Christian Zionism stems from wanting to trigger the rapture, even endorsing the idea of demolishing the Muslim holy site, the Dome of the Rock, to rebuild the Temple Mount Synagogue. As for what he'll do as Secretary of Defense, based on recent statements, he'd remove women from combat roles and would enact an extensive purge of the military leadership, which he believes is full of woke officials who support DEI. Okay, it's the military you're talking about, sir.
Yeah.
But sure.
The military's gone woke.
He'll also presumably continue his 15-year streak of proudly never washing his hands, because that is a thing. And he mentioned it on Fox News. And also, I believe, isn't this the guy who accidentally hit a drummer with an axe?
Yeah, he was doing some axe throwing outside the Fox News studios and totally bungled it. And the axe went over the target and hit a drummer. Hit a drummer. Luckily,
a marching band.
Not on the blade side, but yeah, he hit a guy with an axe.
He was this close to murdering someone on U.S. soil.
Yeah. Anyway, the reaction to this guy from the military is like, it's been quiet because you're not allowed to publicly comment on political stuff like that. But on the Reddit r/military subreddit, a lot of people were like, "Huh, a major is going to be our Secretary of Defense."
Usually, you would get like a general with some
higher rank
on there, someone that's been working in like the military establishment or the administration for a very long time, not a Fox News contributor.
Yeah.
So it's just an odd choice, but it keeps in line with the other choices that Trump is making.
Yeah, and he's, people are also like, oh my God, we're going to have a Christian nationalist as our Secretary of Defense. And it's like, I'm sorry, buddy. A lot of fucking high-ranking people in the military, including probably multiple former Secretary of Defense people, probably also have some insane Christo-fascist views. They were just a little better at hiding it. They wore a nice buttoned-up suit. They didn't walk around with their tats hanging out.
Yeah. And they did wash their hands, probably.
They probably did. To get the devil off of them.
That's right. That's the problem is with, this is a great asset because they'll go around shaking the hands of foreign leaders, getting them sick.
The touch of death, they call it. Anyway, next up, we've got a character that we were introduced to just this year when she was widely seen as one of Trump's top picks for VP, until the lying liberal media accused her of shooting a puppy based on zero evidence except the fact that she proudly wrote about it in her book.
She admitted.
Kristi Noem will be our next Homeland Security Secretary, responsible for not just immigration, the border, and the TSA, but also FEMA, cybersecurity, stockpiling strategic reserves of medical supplies, and more.
I love the person in charge of FEMA being someone from South Dakota, which I'm sure that there are natural disasters that happen there every once in a while, like maybe a big blizzard.
Yeah.
But the lion's share of natural disasters that FEMA would be helpful with typically happen in the southern states and the Midwest. Hurricanes and tornadoes. So great to have someone from a state that is...
Well, we're going to get some of those disasters to travel further north.
Well, we don't want to admit that climate change is real, but eventually we're going to need someone with experience in South Dakota.
Yeah. The hurricanes will reach South Dakota eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's going to have all those responsibilities. The border is obviously all that Trump or anyone really cares about here. And Kristi Noem's views on that topic are about as extreme as you'd expect. In Congress, she supported Trump's Muslim ban. She has said that the U.S. is being invaded by the cartels. She sent the South Dakota National Guard to the border. She voted to ban Dreamers from military service. And at one point, she offered to drive to Texas to deliver some razor wire to Greg Abbott. So,
sir, I hope you're sitting down. I came all the way from South Dakota.
No, don't stand up.
Don't stand up. I only drove 20 hours to get here. But yeah, don't stand up.
So yeah, sounds like the U.S.-Mexico border will be Kristi Noem's new gravel pit, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. Then there's Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, who actually served in Trump's first administration as director of ICE for a year and a half, but is returning most likely thanks to the fact that he's on TV a lot as a Fox News talking head.
I'm convinced that he just picked whoever he sees on the TV a lot.
I don't want to give Trump credit. And in fact, I'm taking credit away from the American voter by saying that he's picking people who are recognizable to his base.
Yes.
Because these are people that only appear on
all
Fox
the
News.
Stars are here.
He's literally giving them a headline-worthy slot in the administration. They're seeing their name in lights.
But it's not even just that. It's like these people are all the ones who have spent the most time on Fox News aggressively defending anything Trump does.
This is a total loyalist cabinet.
Yep.
Anyways, in his original role, he was one of the chief architects of Trump's policy on separating migrant children from their parents. And since then, he's been a member of the Heritage Foundation.
Wait, what?
And also listed as one of the contributors to, what's that? Project 2025.
Hold on. Wait, no, that can't be true. Because Trump said he'd never even heard of Project 2025 and had nothing to do with it.
That's right.
He said it was a bad plan.
So yeah, that'll be the guy running Trump's mass deportation operation, which will involve detaining, prosecuting, and deporting every one of the 11 million or so illegal immigrants in the U.S. And then we'll see what happens after that. He's also recently discussed dealing with the cartels using language that sounds a lot like he wants to literally send special forces troops to Mexico.
Sure. Just do that part in Sicario. We're going to do that for real. And it's going to go just as well as that movie.
The scariest part about this guy is it's another, if you follow Trump's logic here, this is a tough guy who is willing to do the tough, hard things. And as we've spoken about before on this, show, the idea that the initial plan of gathering and deporting illegal, or in some cases legal status immigrants is not going to be a smooth and morally friendly process. It's going to be atrocious. And this is a guy who is willing to look past all that negativity and commit and fulfill his role.
Don't sweat the small stuff.
This is a guy who will happily look the other way to the biggest atrocities.
Yeah.
In fact, he's on tape at one point saying like how to solve the separation of parents and children is just deport all of them.
Yeah. They can be together
when they're
over there.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, that's all very cool and very exciting. And we've got more cool and exciting Trump appointments to get to today, including, of course, our boy, Elon.
Which actually has a little bit of humor to it.
That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
But what's especially cool and exciting is that this episode is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Thank goodness.
Who's hungry?
Yeah.
With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. The holiday season is just around the corner, and we're all looking for ways to spend and stress less. HelloFresh makes mealtime nearly hassle-free with delicious, home-delivered, chef-crafted recipes that come together quickly and are less expensive than takeout. Whether you're craving hearty comfort food, trying to please picky eaters, or looking for a calorie-smart meal plan, HelloFresh has all those options and more available on a rotating menu of 50 recipes to choose from every week.
Easily customized recipes so each meal is just the way you like it. There are always options available to trade or upgrade proteins or swap out side dishes. Plus, check out HelloFresh Market for over 100 add-on items like desserts, quick breakfasts, snacks, and a lot more. And this month, they even have Thanksgiving items to help wow a crowd with very minimal effort on your part. Not that anyone has to know. Two of our favorites on this week's menu include the creamy Tuscan spaghetti and meatballs with scallions and lemon, as well as the sweet chili pork bowls with bell pepper and candied peanuts. These are so easy to make and so delicious that you'll wonder why you didn't start cooking for yourself sooner. Good news, though. You can get started today and get 10 free meals at HelloFresh.com/freeITD. Applied across 7 boxes, new subscribers only, verified plan. That is 10 free HelloFresh meals. Just go to HelloFresh.com/freeITD.
And this episode is sponsored by Raycon. The Black Friday shopping season is quickly approaching, and that's exciting because for so many expensive tech products, that means getting amazing deals that you wouldn't normally get. But not with Raycon, because with Raycon, you get an amazing deal on premium audio every day of the year. But that doesn't mean they're not having any sales for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Far from it. They're actually doubling down on their amazing value by offering our viewers up to 30% off site-wide.
Wow, it's the first I'm hearing this. Black Friday deal that you'll appreciate every day is Raycon's everyday earbuds. Especially if you haven't checked out their latest model, which includes plenty of new features that make them even more of a must-have for any audio lover. For example, they now feature a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's everyday earbuds also come with active noise cancellation. It's a feature that's a must-have for me on long flights or whenever I want to focus, but it's a feature that can be difficult to find at an accessible price point until now. Because that's another thing. Although Raycon's quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, Raycons start at just half the price as the other guy. So they're already an incredible deal, even before you factor in their Black Friday offer, which is up to 30% off site-wide.
We love using these earbuds for working out and not having to always worry about whether they're charged thanks to the 32-hour battery life. It's a real lifesaver, and they never fall out. No matter how sweaty I get, they stay put. Raycon's everyday earbuds are also available in a variety of vibrant colors, so you don't have to just have the standard issue white or black earbuds sticking out of your ears. We especially love the pink and green watermelon colorway. If you're guy, you want to get loud, you want to make a statement. Now's the perfect time to scoop them up if you haven't already. And don't worry, if you're not as impressed as we are, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you really can't lose. It's time to save big for Black Friday. Go to buyraycon.com/newsday today to get up to 30% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 30% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/newsday.
All right, back to Trump's dream team. Next up, the role, come on down. Next up, the role of Director of National Intelligence, which of course directs and oversees the CIA, NSA, and the various other U.S. intelligence agencies. We have got Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, hello, Tulsi.
Aloha.
A Democrat.
Not for the last couple of years.
I know, I was joking. But yeah, good news, everyone. She's got zero formal intelligence experience. She has, of course, though, expressed sympathetic views on Vladimir Putin and Bashar al-Assad, and she's had quite the political journey, going in the past 8 years from Bernie Sanders Democrat to Trump Republican, and adjusting all of her views accordingly.
She's like water, like Bruce Lee said. You got to be like water. You got to adjust everything according to the current situation. And Tulsi Gabbard is the kind of spineless fucking hack that can really be like water.
Yeah. She's basically the in-government version of Joe Rogan. Whoever's the last person she talked to is going to go with whatever they say. She's been talking to a lot of Republicans over the past couple of years.
And that white streak in her hair, my God.
Oh my God.
Iconic.
Yeah. So lately, she's spent most of her time on TV as a Fox News talking.
There's like a weird through line through a lot of these picks.
Yeah. Probably going to go out on a limb and say that's one of the main reasons she got the job. And at one point, she was involved in a group that many described as a cult, which also is a good thing to have on your resume when you're dealing with a Trump cabinet.
Listen, I've been in cults before. I know how this works.
Yeah, I know how to manipulate people.
We do whatever the leader wants, and he's nice to us. We disagree with the leader, and we get punished.
Anyways, the reaction from the U.S. intelligence community seems to mostly be, huh? And the reaction from the international intelligence community has been, maybe we should stop sharing as many secrets with the United States.
Yeah, which totally understandable.
Yeah.
Then over at the Environmental Protection Agency.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Are we going to protect the environment?
I hope so.
No, of course not. We've got Lee Zeldin, the guy who actively wants to do the opposite of protecting the environment, which is no surprise. And honestly not really worth delving into. Just imagine anything that you would do if your job was to mitigate the effects of climate change and do the opposite.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy job.
So there you go. We're fucked. But let's skip right over that and get to what's, of course, the dumbest and potentially most disastrous Trump appointment of them all. Elon Musk and DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. Lots of dumb people think that the government should be run like a business, even though
that's kind of not the point.
They really have nothing in common. And now Elon Musk will get to run the government like he runs Twitter. In other words, he's just going to fire a ton of people and then get it to a point where it still works, but barely, and isn't as good as it was before. Or maybe he'll run it like Tesla, which just issued its 6th recall in a year for the Cybertruck.
Its first year of existence.
And this time there's no over-the-air update. You got to take that big rusty hunk of shit down to the service center.
Yeah.
And yeah, this government efficiency thing, it's off to a great start, folks, because in the spirit of efficiency, DOGE will have not one, but 2 bosses.
It's so ironic that it's actually hilarious.
Yeah.
It wasn't so sad.
In the spirit of efficiency, Elon Musk will share the role of head of DOGE with Vivek Ramaswamy.
And that always turns out good. Historically, anytime that Elon has had to work with someone else in a role that would be considered an equal, always turns out great.
He's a real team player.
That's what everyone always says about him. Definitely,
he likes dealing with people on equal footing.
As much as I hate Elon, It almost makes me feel bad, which I would never do, but it almost makes me feel bad for Vivek Ramaswamy, who's about to have a real reality check. With,
you could not do the worst thing in the world could happen to Vivek Ramaswamy, and I wouldn't feel a hint of sympathy.
True. Yeah, you're right. This is actually the best position for both of them to be in, I guess. Not for us, but for watching them.
They both got their noses so deep up Trump's colon for the last year that this is their own. They wanted this. This is their greatest dream come true, and they have to share it.
Elon does keep making prisons for himself. Hopefully this one is as torturous as Twitter.
This is reminds me a little bit of the brilliant, underappreciated Danny McBride show, Vice Principals, where him and Juan Goggins are the co-vice principals, and then their boss, Bill Murray, retires, and they're both vying for the job, and they both have to remain co-vice principals.
Yeah. It's a great show that you should watch. Out of all of the Danny McBride universe, it's the one that is always looked over the most.
It is.
Yeah. Anyway, so yes, the department in charge of dealing with what the British call redundancy is already pretty redundant itself, but this might just be Trump's way of putting two of his allies who worked hard to help him win together, but who Trump can't personally stand. He just wants them together to see what happens.
Thank you very much. All right.
Bye-bye.
Up to the Doge. You go.
They'll figure themselves out. But yeah, they'll only really have nominal authority. So, and Musk, he's already trying to outshine Vivek by doing a public hunt for employees via Twitter DM.
Yeah.
If you've got any ideas on how to make the government more efficient, please slip into my DMs is what Musk is essentially saying, while also getting Grok to make images of him where he looks like Andrew Dice Clay running the administration.
You know, if we really want to be efficient, just let Grok run the department.
Yeah, this will be the first AI presidency.
It's funny you should ask. Buckle up, buckaroo. Here's who we should fire from the federal government.
I am absolutely convinced that that has already happened, where he has already asked Grok things to do for government efficiency. So,
and Grok's got some great ideas.
But with more on all of this, here's CBS News. Donald Trump is vowing to reduce wasteful federal spending by tapping two billionaires, Tesla CEO Elon Musk and entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, to spearhead the initiative, which the president-elect is calling the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. The appointments, announced by Trump on Tuesday, raise a host of questions about the effort, including whether Musk and Ramaswamy will have the authority to make changes in federal outlays, given that Congress authorizes the nation's spending, as well as where the businessmen might look to cut spending. Under the plan, meanwhile, DOGE is not an official government department, raising questions about its powers and how it will operate. He just made them like a little playhouse.
Yeah.
Go have fun. Do whatever it is you think you guys do.
So yeah, further indicating how dumb this all is, Musk has been talking about cutting $2 trillion from the federal budget, despite the entire federal budget being $6.7 trillion, and 2/3 of that $6.7 trillion being mandatory expenditures on stuff like Social Security and Medicare. So literally the only way to actually cut that much would be to either cut everything but those programs, or drastically shrink those programs, which, yeah, you'd save money, but you'd also ensure that no one over the age of 65 ever votes for a Republican ever again. And you kind of need those people.
I'm telling you, as we just mentioned with the whole cults thing, how cults operate is that they will not believe that Vivek, Musk, or Trump are responsible for the ones that cut Medicare. It will be something they make up as a leftover from the Biden administration.
It's going to be, I mean, they will do that, but it'll be quite the stretch now that the Republicans control the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court.
But that's why you get into the cult thinking, because it can never be the fault of the cult leader.
Democrats literally zero power right now. And your parents, your aunts and uncles, your neighbors, you're going to hear some complaints over the next few years. And just maybe don't let them deflect this onto anyone else but what they wanted.
Also, there is, because of his appointments, his cabinet appointments, it might still potentially be an even House. There might not be a Republican majority because he's installing.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very narrow. There's still House races being counted, so I guess we'll see how much of a lead they get. But yeah, a bunch of these appointments are people who are vacating seats who will then have to be a new election. Yeah. And it sounds like a lot of the districts are pretty safe Republican, though, but who knows? But yeah, then again, Doge, it's not even a real government department, at least not until Congress approves it. And even then, Congress are the ones who vote on the budget. So this might end up just being a way for Elon and Vivek to give Trump a bunch of advice that he can't or won't act upon. Just put it in the bin, the Elon bin. That's not to say Elon won't wield power in this administration, though. He is already reportedly sitting in on phone calls between Trump and the presidents of Ukraine, Serbia, and Turkey. He's been advising Trump on all his staffing decisions. He's been sitting in on national security briefings. He's accompanied Trump to meetings with House Republicans, and he also seems to have really made himself at home at Mar-a-Lago and has referred to himself on Twitter as First Buddy.
This is so pathetic.
Sort of like the First Lady, but they don't really hang out anymore, so First Buddy is actually more important.
And I allow him use of my mouth freely.
All right, which bedroom's mine? I'll get top bunk.
I'm ready for another full-throated endorsement, sir.
But yeah, it sounds like he might be overstaying his welcome.
Yeah.
Here's NBC News.
Musk has been so aggressive in pushing his views about Trump's second term that he's stepping on the toes of Trump's transition team and maybe overstaying his welcome at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's home in Palm Beach, Florida, according to two people familiar with the transition who have spent time at the resort over the past week. The sources say Musk's near constant presence at Mar-a-Lago in the week since Election Day has begun to wear on people who have been in Trump's inner circle longer than he has and who see him as overstepping his role in the transition. The sources spoke on condition of anonymity because they're not authorized to speak publicly. He's behaving as if he's a co-president and making sure everyone knows it, one of the people said, and he's sure taking a lot of credit for the president's victory, bragging about America PAC and X to anyone who will listen. He's trying to make President Trump feel indebted to him, and the president is indebted to no one, this person added.
Yeah, of course, you know, knowing Trump and seeing how quickly so many of his friendships from his first term turned sour, friendship ended with Anthony Scaramucci. It really is just a matter of time until these guys have a very nasty breakup. And that's very exciting because it really seems like that would just crush Elon.
Yeah.
Even Trump himself has given hints that things are heading in that direction, saying at that meeting with House Republicans, with Elon standing right there, Elon won't go home. I can't get rid of him until I don't like him. Ooh. There's also a great picture. Elon was walking past the podium and trying not to get on the camera, but it looks like he is obsequiously like just bowing.
This is an interesting little side plot here because both of them have built up such a cult sycophant fan base that when either one attacks the other, when it actually does go down and it's clear that they don't like each other anymore, that'll be a very interesting day in the world of MAGA Republicans.
Where will the chips fall?
Yeah, they kind of built themselves together. You can't really have one successful without the other. There's even been rumors of Truth Social and Twitter merging. There's also the fact that Elon needs Trump's specifically like EPA stuff because when Trump pulls the mandate of all cars being electric by 2035, that leaves Elon to be the only U.S. manufacturer of strictly electric cars, which would be a bonus to him, his stock. But as we've seen the past week alone, Elon already made back all of the money and then some that he spent on the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
Which is very unfortunate for everyone who isn't a fucking rich billionaire.
So, yes, let them fight. Please, Lord. Please let this breakup happen. Please make it as messy as possible. I don't ask for much. I need this.
Just like the X offices early on during the transition from Twitter to X, the Mar-a-Lago, the Southern White House, everyone's like, it really smells in here, and there seems to be a guy sleeping under his desk out here. But he only comes out when he gets 3 or 4 bodyguards to take him to the bathroom.
We've got to be ultra hardcore.
Ultra hardcore. Mr. Trump, I'm putting a giant X on top of Mar-a-Lago.
But in other news about the incoming administration, you remember how back during his first term, Trump very aggressively but unsuccessfully tried to get TikTok banned. And then Joe Biden became president and tried it again and succeeded. Remember all that? So we and many others speculated at the time when Joe Biden got that TikTok ban that out of sheer spite, Trump would unban TikTok if he became president again. And oh my God, it looks like we were right. How could we have guessed? Here's the Washington Post.
President-elect Donald Trump is expected to try to halt a potential U.S. ban of TikTok next year after he promised on the campaign trail to save the popular social media app if he won, according to people familiar with his views on the matter. The video-sharing app faces a January deadline to find a new owner not based in China or lose access to U.S. users under a law passed in April with bipartisan support. So with everything else that Trump is doing, it would seem like this would be an already set-up slam dunk for him. This would be a layup.
But he doesn't get to take credit.
That's the problem. This is going to just the base level of what he wants to do with tariffs.
Yeah.
This is the exact thing
He wants to hurt
he would
China,
want.
but if this
And he wants to bring it in to be a U.S.-based company.
Yeah.
This would seem like it would be the easiest possible way for him to get a win early on, but who knows? Here you go. Quote, he appreciates the breadth and reach of TikTok, which he used masterfully along with podcasts and new media entrants to win, said Kellyanne Conway, who ran Trump's first presidential campaign, served in the White House, and remains close to him and now also advocates for TikTok. There are many ways to hold China to account outside of alienating 180 million U.S. users each month. Trump recognized early on the Democrats are the party of bans, gas-powered cars, menthol cigarettes, vapes, plastic straws, and TikTok, and to let them own that draconian anti-personal choice space.
Yeah, but it was your idea first.
Enemies
True. Also, the Trump administration, they were the ones that banned the fruity-flavored vapes.
Well, the feds didn't ban any of that shit. It was state and local. You can still get the fruity vape in some states, the cool states. But not here, though. Gruesome Gavin took away my menthol.
I would say that it's the straws thing. Look, I like a straw, obviously. But a lot of places, at least here in LA, they do compostable straws or straws that are...
Yeah, the thing with straws, there was like a year or two where, yeah, you were sipping out of those absolute garbage fucking paper straws that melts in your mouth. But technology, you know, the cool thing about regulation is
it breeds innovation.
It does breed innovation, and there are now basically what feel like plastic straws, but which don't take 10,000 years.
marksman in our AO.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Sniper is down.
To biodegrade, and they work pretty great.
Yeah.
And that would have never happened if we just kept on using
Your tactics aren't working.
regular
Find
old
another
plastic
way.
straws. Imagine how many other things we could innovate if the regulations were pushing people in a positive direction.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll never find
We're going back to the 60s, baby.
So yeah, great job, Joe. You could have literally just done nothing and avoided alienating TikTok's massive young user base in an election year. But now Donald Trump gets to be the guy who saved TikTok.
That's really what the issue is here. It's
Yeah.
not like punishing China
Damn it,
or
Crimson,
bringing
that's not
something like that to the U.S. It's giving
All stations, we are
a
fucking
bunch of
fucked.
people who voted
Escaping
for this
the
exactly what they want.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's also like during the whole fucking ban TikTok phase 1 and phase 2, they're just like, oh, it's all these like leftists, young people on there. And I think someone, well, Kellyanne Conway and a bunch of other people got hired as fucking lobbyists for TikTok, and they're like, hey, actually, like, it's the same as Facebook. It's just a ton of like conservative fucking weirdos.
Yeah, we can manipulate it
talking to the phone in their car. Like you actually have a lot of fans on TikTok.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's your cabinet so far. More to come. But let's try to at least get some good news in here before we leave you all feeling utterly dejected. For starters, it's been a really slow process, but this election seems to have been the tipping point for Blue Sky truly becoming the Twitter replacement that we've been wanting. Twitter has increasingly become a cesspool of right-wing bullshit, crypto bullshit, and spam under the rule of Elon Musk. But Elon's close involvement in Trump's victory and also the plans for the next administration has people finally saying enough is enough and voluntarily mass deporting themselves across the digital border. Listen, no need to raid my account. I will cross the border voluntarily. I will go back to my homeland of blue sky. Here's CNBC.
Microblogging startup Blue Sky has gained over 1.25 million new users in the past week, indicating some social media users are changing their habits following the U.S. presidential election. Blue Sky's influx of users shows that the app has been able to pitch itself as an alternative to X, formerly Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk, as well as Meta's Threads. The bulk of the new users are coming from the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, the company said Wednesday. We're excited to welcome everyone looking for a better social media experience, Blue Sky CEO Jay Graber told CNBC in a statement. Despite the surge of users, Blue Sky's total base remains a fraction of its rivals. The Seattle startup claims 15.2 million total users. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg in October said Threads had nearly 275 million monthly users. Musk in May claimed that X had 600 million monthly users. But market intelligence firm Sensor Tower pegged X's monthly base at 318 million users in October.
Almost half of what it claimed.
And a lot of those, I'm sure, are bots.
Yeah.
Quote, journalists, politicians, and news junkies have also been talking up Blue Sky as a better X alternative than Threads, wrote SimilarWeb, the internet traffic and monitoring service, in a Tuesday blog. Some users with new Blue Sky accounts posted that they had moved to the service due to Musk and his support for President-elect Donald Trump. It's appalling that Elon Musk has transformed Twitter into a Trump propaganda machine, rife with disinformation and misinformation. One user posted on Blue Sky.
Yeah, and I would just say that those numbers for Threads are obviously fucking bullshit because anyone who uses Instagram sees Threads on your timeline. They're constantly telling you go look at Threads. So I think they're counting that in their active users. People that aren't even opening the app are seeing Threads on their Instagram feed.
And Threads, so far, isn't as dangerous as X is, but it is almost more annoying.
Yeah.
I deleted Threads in like October from my phone, and they still give me the things in Instagram, so I had to, every time it pops up, I click the button and click, please don't show me this, or see less often, or whatever. And it's gotten better, but goddamn, like, the worst part of Threads was the engagement bait, and that engagement bait is just appearing on Instagram now.
Yeah.
And it's done in a way where it even cuts off the bait, where you're
it's similar to like fucking long ass, too long didn't read posts that verified people can post on Twitter now.
Yeah.
Where you have to click read more, but on Threads it's like literally like the first like 4 words.
And since I deleted it, it just sends me to the App Store page. So bad app, bad social platform.
But Blue Sky is currently the #1 app on the App Store charts.
And it's great.
Yeah. It's so many people have been signing up that there have been some technical difficulties, but they've fixed it pretty quickly.
Elliot still doesn't have his on-app bookmark button. I know there's workarounds, and you've all sent us workarounds, but
it's not. I'm not putting fucking emojis on the public timeline.
Yeah, just add a bookmark button, and everything will be fine.
But yeah, if you haven't checked out Blue Sky in a while, they have been gradually improving it and adding features to the point where it's almost a perfect analog to Twitter before the Elon era.
We even have our out-of-context Internet Today, that account that posts videos of us. They're on there too.
All the stars are here, unironically. Yeah, but still no bookmarking. Please. Apparently there's only like 10 people working on the whole fucking thing, so maybe they can hire some staff. No, they got all these new users. But yeah, the massive influx of users has made it so that you are able to very easily curate your exact same timeline as on Twitter, but without all the spam and the annoying blue checks, and with way more options for filtering what you see. The different timeline filters are very useful. Anyways, we're both going to be posting on there more and more going forward. So give us a follow. Just search Elliot ETC, Ricky for the win. That's us. We locked those down. First opportunity. Anyways, finally, today we have some truly amazing news. Good news. The best and funniest possible outcome for the InfoWars fire sale that Alex Jones has been forced to do by the courts in order to pay off his massive debts to the people he defamed. The Onion has bought InfoWars. Woo!
Ben Collins, you rascal. He has been doing amazing things to shape and form the internet into something that
They were about to shut The Onion down like a year ago before he swooped in, and now they're selling, apparently the print edition is doing gangbusters.
It's honestly incredible to see the work that he's been doing and successfully been doing, because it seems like everything's going great. And the experiment of trying to make a profitable newsroom is possible. So imagine if someone could mimic this strategy for real news. It would be crazy.
Yeah.
Just something to think about.
Here's the New York Times.
The Onion, a satirical publication that skewers newsmakers and current events, said on Thursday that it had won a bankruptcy auction to acquire InfoWars, a website founded and operated by the conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. The Onion said that the bid was sanctioned by the families of the victims of the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School, who in 2022 won a $1.4 billion defamation lawsuit against Mr. Jones and his company, Free Speech System. Everytown for Gun Safety, a nonprofit dedicated to ending gun violence that was founded in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook shooting, will advertise on a relaunched version of the site under The Onion. The publication plans to reintroduce InfoWars in January as a parody of itself, mocking weird internet personalities like Mr. Jones, who traffic in misinformation and health supplements. Ben Collins, the chief executive of The Onion's parent company, Global Tetrahedron, said in an interview.
The Onion declined to disclose the price it paid for InfoWars and its assets, including its production studio and diet supplement business. Mr. Jones could not immediately be reached for comment, but he said on the social media platform X this week that he planned to continue producing his online program, The Alex Jones Show, until he was forced to stop. Mr. Collins said that he was informed late Wednesday by the trustee in charge of the bankruptcy auction that The Onion's bid had prevailed. In a video posted online Thursday, Mr. Jones said that his lawyers had been told by the trustee about the sale to The Onion. "We thought this would be a hilarious joke," Mr. Collins said. "This is going to be our answer to this no guardrails world where there are no gatekeepers and everything's kind of insane." The Onion's plan is to relaunch InfoWars next year with an approach reminiscent of Clickhole, The Onion's sister site that poked fun at listicles from BuzzFeed and other purveyors of viral content.
Incredible work. Again, Ben Collins doing something that everyone thought was impossible and apparently turning a profit.
Alex Jones recording just like selfie videos of himself, like, "Oh, the deep state is here to take away my company." And it's like, it's The Onion.
Mr. Collins, if you need someone to play Mike Lindell, I will get a big fake mustache and be right down to the Onion studio.
So you need a big baby blue button-up shirt and a big pillow to hug.
The cross?
Yeah.
I'm being challenged for my conservative view.
You're gonna have to stop running, though.
True, I might need to gain a little bit of weight. Also, like, that's something we haven't even broached yet, is what is Mike Lindell going to do now that the 2020 election scam is just no one gives a shit?
Yeah, that was kind of his thing. Kind of blew everything to pursue.
I have been elected in the administration under the Department of Coziness.
Mr. Trump, I gave up literally everything to help combat the lies and fraud of the 2020 election. Yeah, but we just won this one, so who cares? I don't need you. We shouldn't have done that. Kind of pointless.
Who? Mike Lindell.
Who? I already have pillows. Sorry.
Yeah, bye-bye. My pillows are big up.
Very high thread count.
In case you missed it, we did an episode that was almost entirely without mentioning Trump at all earlier this week. So please go watch that one and prove to us that it's worth doing stuff that doesn't relate to Trump all the time. But first, make sure you like the video. That will help this video more than anything else. Leave a comment about what you think about the cabinet position. And also,
who else? Hulk Hogan for Housing and Urban Development. Bob the Bounty Hunter for Secretary of the Interior.
Yeah.
Who else we got?
Please come up with your picks for cabinet members in the comment section below. Now you can watch the videos that are popping up on the screen. But again, don't forget to like the video. Helps our channel grow. Helps everything. We'll see you soon for some more news.
Bye-bye. Voice or moral.
Hey everyone, we have located the sample U2's figurines that they sent us, and we will be showing it off towards the end of the show. So stick around for that. But first, it brings us no pleasure to continue talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a man who we assumed would have been tossed in the garbage pail of history after spending the last decade peddling nearly every mainstream conspiracy theory, getting outed as the Central Park bear killer, who also has a track record of animal mutilation that spans multiple decades, then, of course, running a doomed-to-fail third-party bid for president, And also, just for good measure, having a cyber affair with a journalist who sent him demure nudes after describing his car as a putrid death machine. Now couple all of that, all that baggage, with a voice that sounds like you've just tossed a bunch of loose change in a garbage disposal.
I can get the corruption out of the agencies. That's what I've been doing for 40 years.
And we really, truly, honestly hoped that we would never have to hear from this man again. Emphasis on hearing from him.
But alas, fortunately for us, and all of you, RFK Jr. has not only found a nice new home in the Trump administration, this anti-vaccine, fluoride-hating, ivermectin-loving nut job, if confirmed, is set to become the head of the Department of Health and Human Services, which puts him in charge of the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Institutes of Health, and Medicare and Medicaid.
Oh, good. I feel confident in his abilities to lead that department, don't you?
I'm excited to go to my doctor and get prescribed crystals.
Yes, just set these in one corner of the room.
Way cheaper than medicines.
Yes. Are you sleeping with your Himalayan pink salt lamp, Elliot? Because otherwise, the negative energy is going to have a drastic pull on everything in your life.
Yeah, Big Pharma is going to be sorry.
Yeah.
When I don't buy their medicines and subsequently die.
Yeah.
So basically anything related to human health is now going to fall under the purview of the guy who drinks unpasteurized milk and thinks that 5G internet services can control human behavior. Also, we know it's kind of mean to say, we're just being honest. This guy's voice is actually painful to listen to, and it's going to be very frustrating watching him do press for the next few years, or until Trump unceremoniously fires him for trying to ban Diet Coke in the White House or something.
I don't think so, Robert. It looks like you're fired.
No, Donald, it's poison. You're killing yourself with this poison.
I went back and listened to some of his speeches recently, and I shouldn't have done that. It is a very grating voice. I know he doesn't have control of it, but I'm sorry.
He sounds like it's like if Tom Waits was a fancy boy.
It sounds like he is physically hurting every time he makes a noise.
Yeah,
and it's uncomfortable to watch or listen to.
It's like, you know how like you stub your toe and then your friend or your girlfriend or your wife's like, hey, are you okay? And you're like, yeah, I'm fine. It just sounds like he's wincing every time.
It's hard to listen to when you have the visual of him speaking. It's impossible to listen to if you're just hearing the audio.
Yeah. So with more on this jaw-dropping, but at this point in the week, not too surprising appointment, here's the Washington Post.
President-elect Donald Trump on Thursday selected Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a longtime vaccine skeptic, to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, the sprawling agency responsible for administering millions of Americans' health insurance, approving drugs and medical supplies, regulating food, and responding to infectious disease outbreaks. The decision, which public health experts and many Democrats characterized as alarming and unprecedented, means that one of America's most prominent vaccine skeptics could soon oversee an agency responsible for the safety of vaccines. And they add that Kennedy has no experience in a senior government role, and former Trump health officials on Thursday warned that he would probably face battles in trying to navigate HHS's bureaucracy and achieve his agenda. If confirmed, Kennedy would preside over a nearly $2 trillion health agency that oversees health insurance programs including Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act, and helps lead the response to natural disasters and viral outbreaks.
Look, he may not have experience, but he has genetic experience. Yeah. He has that Kennedy blood, and he's going to walk into the White House, and it's going to come rushing through him, his epigenetic memory. It's going to click.
Yeah.
And he's going to be the most effective leader. His voice is going to instantly turn normal.
Yeah.
It's going to be
if
crazy.
That happened, I actually would take his advice on medical procedures.
Yeah.
Sir, if you can just turn around this one thing, just prove it to America.
It's really just the voice. You fix the voice, I'll do whatever that man wants.
That's not exactly true, but yeah, it is a big hindrance. And it seems like he's, as we'll get into, very susceptible to just believing anything that helps him make sense of things that he can't wrap his head around.
Yeah. And just so we're super clear about this, it's such a comically ironic choice that it rivals Matt Gaetz as Attorney General.
It's the opposite of who you think should be in charge of
Who's
these
the
things.
worst person for the job?
Kill
He's got
confirmed.
the job.
Yeah.
Trump is literally
You know what
installing an
Langley expects.
anti-vaxxer
Get
to
it
lead the
done.
nation's health services. In just the past decade or so, he helped found the group Children's Health Defense, which is one of the main sources of vaccine misinformation online, and it helped popularize the myth that vaccines cause autism. He's come out in favor of various debunked medical treatments like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, that's the horse paste one, and, of course, consuming delicious raw milk.
Straight from the teat.
The forbidden
Giving up
milk.
the lead.
He has claimed that drinking water is turning kids gay and trans, and that fluoride needs to be removed from the water supply. He's also claimed that the FDA, a department that he will now be in charge of, has been responsible for the mass poisoning of American citizens. Also, he looks like a worn-out baseball glove and appears to have been cheating on Cheryl Hines with a journalist who appears to be some sort of gentrophile. He definitely doesn't seem to have the face, voice, or moral compass to fill the role as the nation's doctor, but he's got the name.
That's right, folks.
He's got that Kennedy name.
He's got the look.
He doesn't have the look.
He has the look, he doesn't have the voice. I mean, he doesn't have the look either, but...
I mean, like 15 years ago, he had the look. He was a handsome man. I don't know. I mean, it is just aging, but the age 60 hit this man like a brick wall.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what some experts had to say. Here's CNN.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a clear and present danger to the nation's health. He shouldn't be allowed in the building at the Department of Health and Human Services, let alone be placed in charge of the nation's public health agency. Robert Weissman, co-president of the consumer advocacy nonprofit Public Citizen, said in a statement, Donald Trump's bungling of public health policy during the COVID pandemic cost hundreds of thousands of lives. By appointing Kennedy as his Secretary of HHS, Trump is courting another policy-driven public health catastrophe. I was worried we could go low, but not this low, Dr. Carlos Del Rio, Executive Associate Dean of the Emory School of Medicine and Grady Health System, wrote in the pic. Dr. Michael Osterholm, Director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, told CNN before the election that he felt compelled to weigh in publicly on Kennedy's views because of the concerns about potential Trump policies and what he referred to as Kennedy's pseudoscience. Quote, everything that we see and know about what a Trump administration would look like would devastate public health in this country, said Osterholm.
Obviously, some of RFK's views on nutrition are rooted in reality, but aren't exactly attainable dreams while he's in charge, especially if he doesn't want to run afoul of Trump and his seemingly impossible goal of lowering citizens' grocery bills. RFK is right to say that Americans eat way too much processed food and should eat foods with simpler ingredients. But we all have that option now, and a primary reason behind people choosing not to do that is it's fucking expensive and it's inconvenient.
Yeah.
Just go down to Erewhon. Okay, here's my social security number.
Yeah.
Take my house. Many people are essentially forced to eat cheap, easy to prepare crap because there is no time left in the day and no money left in their budget to fully prepare healthy, beneficial meals. Meanwhile, he has proven himself to be easily manipulated into believing a lot of pseudoscientific bullshit that would sway his opinion at any point in time. Not to mention that food and nutrition is only one part of his overall role.
Yeah, and it also goes without saying that the dude is just a total freak in every other aspect of his life. And that shouldn't be ignored when he's going to be the leader of a major government agency that touches every aspect of our lives. He's a habitual adulterer whose philandering during a previous marriage allegedly drove his ex-wife to suicide. He's desecrated numerous animal corpses, including a whale, what appeared to have been a dog, and again, the bear that he dumped in Central Park after letting it rot in the back of his death machine for several hours. He also staged it to look like a bicyclist had hit the bear.
He tried to frame the New York cycling community.
Then again, like with all these other Trump appointees, there's really no telling how long RFK Jr. will remain in this role, if he's even confirmed by the Senate. Trump could get sick of him very quickly, especially after he catches wind of what RFK has to say about Donald's fast food diet.
You take it back. No,
he said very nasty things about some very delicious food products. So yeah, during a recent podcast appearance on the Joe Polis show, as reported by the Daily Beast, RFK literally said Trump is eating poison.
Kennedy confirmed that Trump's love of the Golden Arches is no act, adding that it's arguably detrimental to his health. The stuff that he eats is really like bad. He told marketing industry podcaster Joe Polish. That's his real name, I guess. How many of these Joe Polishes does it take to run a podcast?
Especially in the marketing industry. There's only so many underwater screen door submarine doors that you can sell, or solar-powered flashlights in the world.
He at a live recording of his The Joe Polish show published Tuesday. Campaign food is always bad, but the food that goes onto that airplane is just like poison. You have a choice between, you don't have the choice. You're either given KFC or Big Macs. That's when you're lucky. And then the rest of the stuff I consider kind of inedible. Kennedy added that one of Trump's best friends claimed he has never seen the Republican politician drink water and nodded to his well-known love of Diet Coke. And then he drinks Diet Coke, Kennedy added. I was with Dana White the other day. He's very close to Trump. They've had a relationship for 20 years through UFC. He said that sometimes he'll sit through a fight with Trump, and he's there for 5 hours during the fight, and said he has never seen Trump drink a glass of water. Never. But didn't he just say that water's bad and it's got fluoride in it and it's going to hurt us all? Maybe he's talking about the good stuff in the plastic bottles. Not the glass, the plastic.
Now you got to get the good glass stuff. Spring water only, and probably from a place that Kennedy is going to designate as the only safe water place in America.
Yeah. Now we can only hope that RFK tries to ban Diet Coke immediately, causing Donald Trump to personally tie him to one of Elon Musk's rockets bound for space, perhaps with Elon himself also strapped to that rocket.
Yeah. You know, I've got a big red button, and it does two things. You press it, and it gets me a Diet Coke, and then sends Robert F. Kennedy Jr. into space, so he can get nowhere near my Diet Coke ever again. I'll keep drinking that slop.
Can you imagine all the shit he's going to talk when they do fall out?
That voice, I can't stand it.
Oh, man, yeah, because he is, you know, like a lot of people in this country, including the fact that we're pointing it out, there is a certain kind of person that is able to get things done. You gotta look good, you gotta have a great speaking voice, you have to be able to tell people what they need to hear, and it's just not gonna come across well from this guy, especially when you're dealing with help.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get voted off the show fairly early.
How many Scaramucci's will he last?
I mean, no one's going to beat Scaramucci because that was a very specific situation. That was like 2 years into that administration when things were fully, when the turnover was already so bad. Yeah. But we'll see. We got 4 years to see if anyone beats Anthony Scaramucci's record of, what was it, 13 days?
Yeah, there you go. Anyways, while we're on the topic of Trump's cabinet picks, let's check in on how everything is going for presumptive Attorney General Matt Gaetz, who was... You know, he was set to have a little ethics committee report released, and he avoided that by doing something very clever. He ultimately and conveniently stepped down from his role in the House to accept a nomination for a position that he seems unlikely to actually fill. So former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was being interviewed by Bloomberg about Trump's pick.
I love that. He's such a hater.
Yeah, and while he mostly found ways to approve of Trump's choices in general, he still skewered Matt Gaetz in the simplest terms possible.
There's bad blood between these men because Matt Gaetz was the ringleader of the whole effort to oust Kevin McCarthy from the speakership after he held the role for less than a year, I believe.
Yeah, and you have to assume that Kevin McCarthy is, although he probably wouldn't say it publicly otherwise if he hadn't been so blatantly targeted by Matt Gaetz, but you would have to hope that Kevin McCarthy really does care about the victims, as he said live on camera before, regarding Matt Gaetz' accusation. But in this interview, where they were just talking about Trump's cabinet picks, he stated bluntly, look, Gaetz, everybody knows that. So he's just saying that this is a ploy on its face. Yeah. So regardless, it looks like the nomination has, at the very least, bought Matt Gaetz a little bit of time. And with the help of current Speaker Mike Johnson, the accusations, they might actually just go away.
Well, because if Mike Johnson reads that report, he has to text his son and tell him that he's looking at lewd material.
Yeah. I have unfortunate news, son. I need you to bring my baiting gloves. On Friday morning, it was announced that the House Ethics Committee had decided to hold off on a meeting regarding that report about Gaetz. The chairman did later clarify that the meeting had only been postponed and not outright canceled. But at this point, how far can you kick the can down the road? It might not ever happen.
Yeah. However, House Speaker Mike Johnson has decided to strongly suggest that the Ethics Committee withhold the Gaetz report. maybe it's just us, but we feel like if an ethics committee has a report they've been working on for months that may include damning information about a politician who might become the attorney general while also being accused of sex trafficking and drug use, it would probably be in the best interests of the country, of the American people, for that report to be released to the public.
Yeah, you would think.
But since Gates has suddenly decided to resign his position in the House, apparently that's an offensive overreach to conservatives. Hold on, he doesn't even work here anymore.
Yeah, you can't. Come on, guys.
What do you need the report for?
Yeah.
Here's NBC News with more on Johnson's involvement, which seems to confirm the reasoning behind Gates' appointment and his subsequent resignation.
House Speaker Mike Johnson said Friday that he would strongly request that the House Ethics Committee not release a report detailing its investigation into former Representative Matt Gaetz. Johnson said that the release of the report, now that Gaetz is no longer a sitting congressman, would be a, quote, terrible breach of protocol, tradition, and the spirit of the rule, and said he plans to communicate that to the panel's chairman, Representative Michael Guest, the Republican from Mississippi. The rules of the House has always been that a former member is beyond the jurisdiction of the Ethics Committee, Johnson said when asked if the public deserves to see the report. I'm going to strongly request, that the Ethics Committee not issue the report. The bipartisan 10-member ethics panel had been scheduled to meet Friday to discuss the report on Gates and whether to release it to the public. But a source with direct knowledge had said on Thursday that the meeting was canceled. The committee clarified that it was just postponed, not permanently canceled, but what does that mean anymore?
Yeah. But the reporting continues, adding Republicans who will control the Judiciary Committee next year and would oversee a Gates confirmation process told NBC News Thursday that they wanted to see the details of the ethics report, though some said they'd likely get that information from an FBI background if the report is not released. Josh Sorb, spokesperson for Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, said that Gates shouldn't be able to resign away an ethics investigation involving allegations of grave misconduct, especially when he will be nominated to be our country's top law enforcement officer. There is bipartisan support for the Senate Judiciary Committee having access to this information, Sorb added. The Ethics Committee's investigation into Gates most recently zeroed in on alleged sexual misconduct, illicit drug use, accepting improper gifts, obstruction, and other allegations. Gates had also been under federal investigation for sex trafficking, though he was ultimately not charged.
Yeah, so we'll see how this all shakes out, but it seems like what they're doing is pretty obvious here. They're just giving him an out.
Yeah.
If other members of the Republican Party are like, well, yeah, he's not going to get confirmed for the Attorney General role, and the Speaker of the fucking House is like, well, we can't look into him anymore. I guess he retires. Then it just... Again, what are we going to do? But in other not-so-surprising news, remember all those brave advertisers that ditched Elon Musk's platform for A, being a hate-filled cesspool, and B, having artificially inflated viewer metrics that don't actually convert into meaningful engagement or customer acquisition? Remember all those brave advertisers that put their necks on the line?
Heroes, all my favorite brands.
They said, we're leaving the platform formerly known as Twitter.
We have principles, folks.
Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what, everyone? Are you surprised? They're making a triumphant return to the platform in what appears to be a move less concerned with advertising to potential customers and more akin to just paying the mafia for protection.
Yeah.
They have to get back in the good graces.
This guy's got a direct line to the president.
This is another thing that just feels so obvious where it's like,
yeah.
Okay, you weren't advertising and it had no...
The situation has changed.
Yeah, now we have to play ball with these people. It's a fucking protection racket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Elon is, I mean, it's so funny because it was like, I think in 2020, at the latest, Bernie Sanders got so much shit for saying that America also has oligarchs. And people were like, shut up. You're wrong. Quiet, Bernie. But they hated him because he was right. Because like Elon Musk is at this point, he is basically a Russian oligarch, but in America.
They are paying him access to the president. Yeah. Yeah, it really seems like these major companies, these massive companies just want to spend a bunch of money so that they aren't attacked by either of these two cult leaders. And luckily for those investors, or those advertisers, Elon Musk has a platform that is in desperate need of their substantial marketing budgets. It is very hard to see this as anything more than buying the favor of Musk and Trump, especially considering these brands' previous statements. But either way, it's another very unfortunate windfall for Elon Musk. Here's the Financial Times with more.
Media executives told the Financial Times that some brands were preparing to advertise on X once again, as its billionaire owner was likely to gain an influential role within a second Trump White House. The platform's revenues have fallen dramatically since Musk's $44 billion acquisition 2 years ago, with some investor estimates suggesting its current valuation is less than $10 billion. Whoops. Brands have expressed concern that Musk has stripped back moderation, with groups such as Disney, IBM, and Apple leaving the platform last year. Musk has responded by telling big companies to, quote, go fuck themselves for pausing advertising. But Lou Pascalis, chief executive of marketing consultancy AJL Advisory and a former media executive at Bank of America, said some marketers were likely to reallocate spending back to X as political leverage, such as if they were seeking government contracts. He added companies would seek to get in the good graces of Elon, who has been given a wide remit by Trump as co-head of a new Department of Government Efficiency. It could be seen as an official channel for White House communications, said another advertising agency chief, adding that Trump's victory has lent Musk new legitimacy as well as power over brands in sectors that could face new regulatory curbs from Trump. Others remain steadfast in their aversion, with one media director describing X as a mess, adding, which brand will take the risk? Apparently, many of them.
Yeah, so that's what you have to weigh, is the, ultimately, has sadly been proven, the ineffectiveness of the consumer being angry at them for advertising on a platform filled with Nazis, versus potentially having some extra regulations levied upon them by the Trump administration. Who's to say which one's more valuable to these generally faceless corporations?
Yeah.
I think the thing that's most frustrating about all of this is how blatant it is. Just between Gates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and this story about advertisers going back to X is just how obvious it all seems, and how frustrating that is to deal with. But oh well. Speaking of advertisers, we'll be right back with the second half of today's episode. But first, we have to thank Factor for sponsoring our show, a show that works for advertisers and the consumer, for sponsoring our show today. Notice how the days are shorter, but your to-do lists aren't? Power through your busy days with Factor's no prep, no mess meals. From breakfast to dinner and anything in between, Factor has easy, nutritious options to keep you fueled and feeling your best. Whether you like routine or you enjoy mixing things up, Factor has you covered with 35 different delicious meals every week and over 60 additional convenience options that you can add to your box, like keto cookies, pressed juices, and smoothies. Don't let shorter days slow you down. Stay energized with America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service.
Factor lets you do you. Choose from 6 menu preferences to help you manage calories, maximize protein intake, avoid meat, or simply eat well-balanced. Because Factor's meals are chef-prepared and dietitian-approved, you're going to love not only how Factor's meals taste, but also how they support your goals. And Factor is cheaper than takeout and dining out, so you can put that extra cash you save towards holiday shopping. There's no sacrificing quality for convenience with Factor. Weekly menus offer ways to treat yourself to a restaurant-like meal experience with Gourmet Plus dishes that feature premium proteins and seasonal sides like broccolini, leeks, and asparagus. How does truffle butter filet mignon or garlic herb roasted barramundi sound? Mouth-watering, I know.
My tummy's rumbling just thinking about it. Factor keeps me fueled for my active days, Elliot. Now, you can also stay on your A game with quality ingredients that you can trust and quality that you can taste in every one of Factor's fresh, never frozen meals. Use your time more efficiently. It's very important during these dark months. So let Factor take the shopping, prepping, cooking, and cleaning up off of your daily list of things to do. Join Factor today. Head to factormeals.com/newsdump50 and use our code newsdump50 to get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month. That is code newsdump50 at factormeals.com/newsdump50 to get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month while your subscription is active.
All right, back to the news now with a few stories about the world of toxicity, from gamers to influencers to the products themselves. But we're going to start with a toxic content creator who has now been indicted in a foreign country for being a disrespectful asshole.
Yeah.
Streamer Ramzi Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, has been banned from leaving South Korea and will face trial in the coming months after traveling to the country and participating in offensive antics, some of which resulted in the streamer being punched directly in the face by locals.
Yeah, which is pretty satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, he told him to do it.
Yeah.
He was asking for it. Here's NBC News with more. South Korean authorities indicted an American live streamer known for his offensive stunts abroad, accusing him of causing a commotion at a convenience store, prosecutors said Wednesday. Since when is a commotion illegal?
Oh, so I did a little commotion.
A spokesperson for the Seoul Southern District Prosecutor's Office told reporters Wednesday that Somali will face trial and is also banned from leaving the country. He is not detained, however, the spokesperson's office said. South Korea often imposes travel bans when they're in flight risk.
So he's not currently in custody, but he's also not allowed to leave the country legally. He goes to trial. So for now, he will either roam the streets and risk getting punched in the face a few more times, or just go into hiding until he is sentenced or kicked out of the country. Doesn't seem like a fun time. So the reporting continues and gets into more details regarding his antics or the commotion that he was stirring up.
So much commotion.
Somali, whose streams often involve desecrating monuments,
oh, there it is,
harassing local residents, has been banned multiple times from various social media platforms and currently streams on Rumble, a live streaming platform with looser moderation policies than Twitch, another popular live streaming platform. In the video Somali posted on Instagram last month, he appears to be drinking alcohol in a convenience store where he pours instant noodles on a table before he cleans it up.
Somali has also drawn outrage in South Korea over his behavior around the Statue of Peace in Seoul, also known as the Comfort Woman statue, which commemorates the tens of thousands of Korean women who were forced into sexual slavery by Japanese forces during World War II. Video still available on Rumble shows Somali kissing the statue, printing out a picture of himself kissing it, and then showing the picture to passersby in Seoul. Jesus. The Yonhap News Agency reported that Somali has been beaten up multiple times in South Korea, including once by another live streamer. Last year, Japanese authorities arrested Somali for suspicion of trespassing on a construction site, the Kyoto News Agency reported. He also mocked Japanese commuters over the U.S. atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II. Yeah. I would punch him in the face if I did.
This is
any of these people.
A trail notably blazed by Logan Paul.
Yeah.
And other streamers are now just following suit. And, I mean, that's the problem. Is everything worked out great for Logan Paul. In fact, his life is 1,000 times better now after he went to Japan.
He's fighting
and mocked a dead
Mike
person.
Tyson.
No, that's his brother. But yes, I understand the confusion. As we all do. But yes, people have been rewarded for this behavior, so others will definitely try to copy it. This sounds like, I mean, he's not that much older than a teenager. He's in his mid-20s. But this is teenager behavior.
Old enough to know better.
Yes, clearly old enough to know better.
Surprised he doesn't stream on Kick. This all screams Kick streamer.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was
Maybe they banned it.
Yeah.
It is funny that Kick, after like a year, they're like, okay,
you can't have everything.
They learned what every free speech platform learns eventually. It's just like, this is bad for business.
Yeah.
But speaking of risking it all for a bunch of faceless supporters on the internet, remember that gamer who leaked top secret government secrets on a Discord server to show off how cool he was? Yeah, Jack Texera, an Air National Guardsman who was a member of a Discord server known as the Thug Shaker Squad, consistently leaked secret documents by first transcribing them for his online friends and then pivoting into simply taking photos of the documents themselves and uploading them to Discord directly. The documents included notes on the Ukraine war, information about spy operations, photographs of the Chinese spy balloons purportedly taken by U-2 spy aircraft, and North Korean ballistic missile trajectory charts, among many other things. And he was showing these to teach.
Yeah, and he was like,
unsolicited.
One of the funniest little tidbits of information here is when he was doing the transcribing of the documents and putting it up there, he was doing like these daily downloads of essentially whatever the intelligence community was saying, and he apparently wasn't getting enough traction with just making these daily downloads. People were like, all right, this guy's just maybe a crank or something.
Yeah.
And he realized that if he just took pictures of the classified documents or screenshots, that it was way more popular on the server, and therefore children thought he was way cool. So Yeah.
Back when this was all coming to light, Texera was described by the Washington Post as a young, charismatic gun enthusiast who shared highly classified documents with a group of far-flung acquaintances searching for companionship amid the isolation of the pandemic. And to be clear, the investigation into these documents appeared to stem from the fact that some naughty member who couldn't help themselves decided to re-leak the documents publicly to other social media platforms.
You couldn't keep it a secret? These top secret files that I publicly posted on this Discord server, which is sort of private, but not really. But you're going to take those things that I trusted you with, the same way the government trusted me with them, and you're going to leak them onto Twitter?
Fucked up.
I think it went on to it went to like a Minecraft Discord server and then onto Twitter.
What you trying to game? Stop posting this. But yeah, if you can't trust your fellow Discord members, who can you trust?
Yeah. If you can't trust teenagers, I don't know who you can trust.
You can trust a lot of people.
Well, on Tuesday of this week, he was finally sentenced for all those crimes, and it was no mere slap on the wrist. Though, who knows? Again, everything that happens now, I'm just like, whoa, is Trump just going to pardon this guy?
Pretty cool crime he did.
Jack,
I leaked it. I stole a bunch of documents and nothing bad happened.
I did
What's
the same
big
thing.
deal?
I think it's actually pretty cool. Jack Texera was sentenced Tuesday to 15 years in prison in a case that shook the U.S. national security community and exposed the ease with which government secrets can spread online. Texera arrived in the U.S. District Court here with a buzz cut and wearing an orange jumpsuit, appearing before Judge Indira Talwani after pleading guilty in March to 6 federal charges, including the willful retention and transmission of national defense information that the U.S. government classified as top secret. Texera, who turns 23 next month, had asked for a prison sentence of 11 years. Prosecutors sought a sentence of nearly 17. As part of the sentence, Talwani said that upon his release from prison, Texera would be prohibited from holding a job that would afford him access to sensitive information.
I mean, for good measure, sure. I don't think that was...
In 15 years, it's like...
what's this empty gap, this 17-year gap on your resume? Your 15-year gap on your resume for? We'd love to hire you here at the top secret special place, but we just have some questions about. Oh, you were in prison? For what? Was it related to anything related to top secret?
Hostile care package inbound.
The best thing you can do is not say anything. Ah, there's a guy we can trust with our secrets. He won't even tell us what he's been up to. You're on Discord, you say? Well, I'll trust anyone on Discord. You're hired. But speaking of gamers being involved in massive multinational crimes, this next story, it involves the developers themselves. Some of whom are being accused of what appears to have been a massive money laundering scheme involving hundreds of millions of dollars. So, you remember NetEase? All right, not everyone is going to remember every mobile game developer or even recognize one by name, but this one in particular is infamous. They were the developer behind Diablo Immortal.
Oh, my favorite entry in the Diablo series.
Yeah, that was the widely panned mobile...
Y'all got phones.
That was the widely panned mobile release of the popular action RPG Diablo. It was actually... Look, I think in general... gamers would have been fine with a mobile port of Diablo.
The way they announced it was so condescending.
It was a huge issue because fans, they were primed and ready for what they thought was going to be the announcement of Diablo 4 at the time. Instead, he came out on stage, the lights dimmed, the music played, everyone got super hyped, and they announced that nope, you're getting a mobile game. And not just any mobile game, a mobile game from a company that is known for microtransactions. That was obviously much to the chagrin of the fans in attendance, with one of those fans in particular asking members of Blizzard's management team at the time if this was all just some elaborate April Fool's joke. So that game was developed in partnership with NetEase. But NetEase, they really... a ton of games, some with notable IP like Diablo or the Marvel series of games.
They also make that neti pot that you pour water through your nose.
It's easy. They are also developing Marvel's new hero shooter called Marvel Rivals. Well, that company is embroiled in a scandal.
Late last week, Bloomberg and the Chinese outlet Lifttube reported that several NetEase employees have been arrested for money laundering and bribery. Lifttube, via game developer, alleges that NetEase Games' general manager in charge of marketing and former head of NetEase's esports division, Zhang Lang, has been taken away by the company's internal anti-corruption department for investigation. Other employees who work under Lang are also reportedly under investigation for purchasing traffic to help promote NetEase's top products. NetEase has confirmed to Bloomberg in a statement that police are investigating the possible corruption. There have been a few estimates as to the extent of the fraud. Some reports indicate amounts of up to 2 billion yuan, or $277.8 million, were involved. But game developer reports that the actual price is likely closer to 800 million to 1 billion yuan, or $111.4 million to $139.3 million. In a statement provided to PC Gamer, NetEase confirmed that it has taken stringent action against 2 instances of suspected fraud by some employees of the company's Chinese domestic market operations, but said the allegations of money laundering, as originally reported, are false.
No, okay. Well, finally, today we have a story that harkens back to the entertainment coverage of years past, thanks to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who has gone from America's favorite large-bodied actor to box office poison in record time.
It's been an insane sort of process.
The rise and fall of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
And the causes here are things that people have been saying for years. Basically, you contrast what The Rock has done with his acting career, which is essentially play the exact same character in a bunch of interchangeable movies multiple times a year. Compare that to like what Dave Bautista has done with his career.
Yeah.
Domination.
And it's
also like
clear as day.
Going all the way back to the rift between him and Vin Diesel at Fast and Furious. I mean, it was very easy back then to be like, well, clearly The Rock is the normal one. And now, in retrospect, it looks like he might be kind of an asshole.
I mean, they're probably both assholes.
They're definitely both egotistical dudes who I'm sure got on each other's nerves, but I think a lot of it came to a head with the, you know, ownership of the franchise. Because
Vin Diesel at least has the decency to only play Dominic Toretto.
Yeah.
Whereas The Rock tries to trick us into thinking he's playing a new character in these different, distinct movies, but it's always just the same guy.
Yeah. Rampage and Jumanji, baby.
The craziest thing about Rock's career is that the best performance anyone ever got out of him was fucking Michael Bay in Pain and Gain.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Bay brought out and elevated this man's acting talents to a degree not seen before nor since.
Yeah, well, he might have another loser on his hands. Old Dwayne "The Rock"
Another
Johnson.
stinker.
It appears as though his upcoming film, Red 1, which is a movie about finding Santa Claus and saving Christmas. And by the way, that movie cost an approximate $250 million to make, which is
okay, this thing better
offensive.
This thing better look and sound like Doom.
That is an offensive number for a Christmas movie. It looks like that, shockingly, is going to be a gigantic flop, despite The Rock going to pointlessly extreme lengths to make it something worth seeing in theaters. I mean, first, there were reports that he just sacrificed it all for this movie. He left everything on the stage, including his piss bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he decided that why waste time going to the bathroom when you can just pee in bottles on set?
What would Santa Claus do? He's got all those houses to deliver to.
That bag's actually full of piss.
Santa Claus, the inside of Santa's sled looks almost identical to the inside of your average Amazon delivery driver.
Yeah, it looks like a semi-truck.
Piss bottles everywhere.
In addition to the piss jugs, though, there was also an absurd story behind the choice that he made to bring this Christmas movie into IMAX theater screens this year. And just the reasoning behind this is incredible.
Well, bigger is better.
Only The Rock could say something that is this outlandish.
The hierarchy of power in IMAX is about to change.
Here's discussing film.
The Rock says when he went to see Oppenheimer in IMAX, he chose to sit in the same seat that Christopher Nolan uses to watch his films. I was thinking, holy shit, Red 1 on this screen with this technology, it's gonna be game over. The film has 36% on Rotten Tomatoes.
He got the game over part right.
And yeah, everyone had a blast trying to enter the headspace of someone who was witnessing Oppenheimer for the first time, and the only thought in their head was, we should release my Santa Claus Superhero movie in IMAX, just like Oppenheimer.
Can they split that, Adam?
I sat in the same chair as my peer, Christopher Nolan.
Yes. The Adam they split? Black Adam.
Yeah. Anyways, the IMAX, the pissing in bottles, the absurd budget, it appears to be meaningless because the projections for this movie are dog shit, and it won't even come close to making back its production budget. Here's Variety. Dwayne Johnson's Christmas action movie with Chris Evans has made $3.7 million at the box office so far in Thursday previews. The Amazon MGM film is on track to make between $30 million and $35 million, with some projections lower at $25 million and others as high as $40 million. With a massive budget of $250 million plus marketing costs, it'll take a Christmas miracle for Red One to become a profitable hit at the box office. Please, Santa, all I want for Christmas is Red One to be a hit.
They should immediately release this on Blu-ray so you can get it in time for stocking stuff.
Yeah.
The movie was so successful that we immediately released the physical edition.
So the problem here is they released it too early. This is the theaters are going to stop showing this like by the time Thanksgiving comes around. So what we need to do, we need Morbius, the Morbius treatment.
It's Morbin time.
Put it back in the theater.
No, you don't understand.
It's Christmas and I can't even go see Red One. Put it back in the theater.
I would put money on the fact that The Rock thought this was going to be so successful that it would extend throughout the holiday season in theaters in the biggest screens possible.
Yeah.
Like, get out of the way, Wicked. We're keeping Red One in the big theater.
It's The Rock, it's Santa Claus, it's everyone's
It's
two
Chris
favorite
Evans.
thing.
Yeah. Everyone loves it. So, that's funny.
But speaking of Christmas,
yeah,
and
it's time to shove your stockings with something worthwhile for once.
Take a look at these.
Wow. Make sure the glare's not on it.
Yeah.
There it is. Sort of in focus.
And it's out of focus.
You can see it. These beautiful specimens who can be your friends for a very appropriate price. They will be available on November 22nd, which is next Friday, depending on when you watch this. At 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. They are limited edition collectible figurines.
Yeah, they'll only be on sale for a limited time.
Yeah, 3-week pre-order window. And then, poof, never to be made again.
They're throwing the molds in the ocean.
Yes, they are deleting the files. By the way, YouTube is also doing a giveaway so that you can potentially win a free box of our Monitor Buddies by following their brand on social media. There's going to be a link in the description below to the landing page for that giveaway. You just complete a few steps and you can rack up multiple entries to try and win. But you know what we would prefer? We would prefer that you actually support us and this show and show the company that making this wasn't a failed effort by purchasing your pair. You only have to buy one. It comes with two.
Yeah,
the best
two
deal
for the price of one.
Yeah. By purchasing your pair of Monitor Buddies on Friday, November 22nd. We, of course, will remind you again so you don't miss out. But yeah, if you do want to get our cool toy thing.
You want these dolls?
Yeah.
You want these figurines? These statuettes?
Very, very happy because we rarely get to do cool things like this.
Yeah, I've always wanted a doll of myself.
What's that? Wicked.com, right on the back.
No, don't.
Don't do it.
Don't go to wicked.com.
Or milkers or butt.
No.
Anyways, to the more important stuff, keep those smiles on our Monitor Buddies' faces by liking the video. Thank you. Wait. You thought about it and you didn't do it, but now you're going to do it.
He did it.
There you go. And then, of course, leaving a comment about something we talked about today in the comment section below, or just saying hi to your fellow viewers. And also making sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Now, popping up on the screen, you can watch our previous videos, including one that covers just the dream team that Donald Trump is assembling. A real Avengers.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, we'll be back. All right, a couple of quick notes, actually. We are in a new...
Where'd all the art go?
We are in
Where's
a new
the arc?
filming space, which is fine. Everything will look normal eventually. It's just been a long weekend, and we're going to get the lighting and the art back on the wall situated sometime soon. If for some reason you'd like to do some fan art and have it featured on the wall, send it to us.
No better time than now.
Yeah.
The wall is blank. It is a blank canvas.
But stay tuned to the end of the episode for a nice surprise about some merch that we've got coming out in the immediate future as well. Now we can get into the show. I think we can all agree that distractions are extremely important at a time like this, and luckily the promotional rollout of the big screen adaptation of the musical adaptation of author L. Frank Baum's classic novel, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, has delivered. Wicked, the Broadway musical that will be released as apparently a two-part film series that stars Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, releases later this month. And the studio, as well as desperate theater owners, are hoping that it is an absolutely massive success. Now, to coincide with the release of this film, and in anticipation of it being just an absolute box office smash, Wicked has released a line of merchandise so that families everywhere can stuff their kids' stockings with figurines from their kids' new favorite film. But parents should be cautioned, because somehow, some way, the packaging for these new collectible figurines links directly to a classic porn site that has been having the best weekend for traffic in well over a decade.
Yeah, it turns out people do read the back of the packaging. They are willing to open up their favorite web browser to check out more information for a movie they appear to already be interested in. Because on the back of the packaging for Mattel's officially licensed Wicked figurines, the website listed above the barcode, it should have been wickedmovie.com, but it was printed as simply wicked.com instead. And yeah, wicked.com, that's a porno website. And not just any porno website, it's one of the classics.
Yeah.
And the misprint on this packaging has led to the most significant increase in traffic to their website in 12 years, according to Google Trends. We're back in the Obama era in this one way.
In this one scenario, it's back, baby.
Now, for reference, Wicked Pictures, the company who runs the pornographic website, not the people who made the Wizard of Oz adaptation, has a lengthy history, which ironically involves many of your favorite porn parodies from over the years, from Batman parodies all the way to Cinderella, Snow White, and the Avengers.
So
have they done a Wizard of Oz porn parody?
Okay, so without doing too much bad research on the work computer, I did find that there is a Wizard of Oz porn parody, but I could not and would not go far enough to link it back directly
What's the title? The Wizard of Jizz?
No, I think it's just like all of these titles, at least when they were coming out at the time, they weren't really puns. It was mostly just a porn parody.
The Cumderful Wizard of Oz?
I don't think so. But there is one out there. I don't know if they did it, but yeah.
I wonder what the Tin Man's dick looks like.
It's silver.
Does he shoot oil out?
Yes. Do you have any more questions?
So many, but I'm not going to get off track
Thank you.
here.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So obviously, yeah, a bunch of toys for children hitting store shelves with an adult website linked on the back, specifically a website that produces parody films, probably isn't the best look for the film, the studio, and the manufacturer, who are all hoping to bank as much as possible off of this adaptation. So that's why they have made the difficult decision to notify parents of the misprint and ask them nicely to please absolutely destroy that packaging.
Yes, carve.
Hey, hear me? Yes, coming through, coming through. Going. Pretty good, yeah. Well, we had a kind of a long weekend with Rachel's uncle. His TV died, and we initially thought it was just a power strip issue, which is what happened before. But he said he hit the reset switch and it didn't work, and we're like, well, looks like we got to come out there because he lives by himself and there's not a lot of entertainment, so the TV is kind of critical. So we looked at it yesterday and pulled the TV away from the wall, and I was back there, and oh my god, the dust and everything. He had the heat like cranked super. Anyway, we tested the outlet. I switched out the power strip, and just the TV would not turn on. So like we changed the batteries in the remote. So basically, it was like the TV just died. So we're like, okay, we got to go buy a TV. By that time, we were like really hungry. He said it was pretty old. I mean, it was like a flat screen. It wasn't like, some ancient beast or anything like that, but are they? Yeah. Right. I know. I felt kind of bad throwing it in his trash can, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go deal with this. I don't know. You could take it to probably some place that recycles it, but I was like just so friggin' tired. Yeah. Yeah, so well the whole adventure just kind of it wasn't over, unfortunately. We got lunch, and we went to Target, we looked at the TVs. There was like a model that looked pretty good, Roku brand, which I don't know, but it was a cheap TV. It was $150, and I couldn't see buying some, model for it was 40 inch. Yeah, pretty big. So, and it would have been bigger than the one he had. But then we get it over to his house, and I'm setting it up, and then we open up the booklet, and it's like, you need an internet connection to like basically operate the TV. It has to do a software update, and it's like you need it. It says it right there. He does not have an internet connection because he doesn't ever use a computer. Yeah. So I'm like, so now we got this TV that he cannot use, and I'm like, motherfucker. Yeah. So I'm like, God damn it. Yeah. I know. I mean, I guess yeah, no, well, let's see. You know what? I didn't think about this, but he's got a phone that goes through his cable box. So he's got a modem. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And so he didn't have wireless. Yeah. He No. No, he is total old school. So, yeah, so basically we were like, Claude, we're going to take this TV, and I'm going to either return it or I'm going to keep it, and we're going to get you another TV tomorrow, because it was like we were just exhausted by that point. But Rachel had a good idea. We have a small older model flat screen. Technically it's a smart TV, but it's like maybe 7 or 8, I don't know, 6 years old. Anyway, it does not need the internet to work. The one that we had in our guest basement bedroom. So I'm like, we're going to give him this one. Unfortunately, it's only a 25-inch. It's pretty small, but he sits right next to the freaking TV in his armchair. It's like literally like 2 feet away from him. So we were just going to see if he'll be okay with it. He seemed like he was fine with it. We brought it back over there today and set it up, and it worked fine. I got it going, set up his remote, so he only has one remote, because that was going to be an issue. I was like, oh no, he's not going to be able to do 2 remote things, you know what I mean? Like, where you got to turn on with this one and use the volume in the channel for this. I'm like, fuck. So I had to like look up stuff on how to program the remote today. I'm like, oh. But I got it to work. Right. So bottom, yeah, that's it. That's the story. He got his TV now, but it's smaller.
God damn. What a pain. It's just blown my mind that doesn't have internet.
Yeah.
Any kind of connection, because that's just like, it's been standard for.
I mean, he's got cable, but that's it.
Yeah, but that's but still, like, being able to hook up to any kind of like Wi-Fi, like, or any kind of just like a hard line. It just to me, when I'm in a place that does not have internet, like, I'm in the third world. Like, I cannot function. I'm just like, I feel like
you're
there's
in a
like
black box.
Basically, like, what? Like, I'm just like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like, you may as well plug just me into the internet. That's how much I need it. All about that. Put my cell phone in my brain. But we're jumping in.
So,
do you have any setups?
Let's jump in.
Anything you gotta do?
let's see, what the hell was it? Just full auto kills. I gotta get 10 score streak kills. How do you do that? Score streak kills?
Score streak. It's basically just here. I'll get us out here. Score streak is basically just like the kill streaks. It's the same thing. But you're gonna want to use something lethal.
Oh, okay.
You know, like the missiles or the Centric or something that's gonna get kills instead of like a UAV or something.
Oh, right.
Yeah. What's your other challenges?
Yeah, I could. Get a kill while in last stand mode from the morphine injector field upgrade.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's a whole. That's its own thing. I haven't had that challenge yet. Yeah. So that's its own thing. Yeah. Have fun with that. That's you're gonna have to get a kill while using that field upgrade. Which is. Let's see. So the morphine injector, yeah, it's like third from the bottom. Right
yeah, I equipped it. I've never even noticed it. Yeah.
Ooh, I've unlocked
so I'm good to go with whatever.
Sleeper Agent, like asshole. Sleeper Agent is the most cheesy, asshole-ish.
Oh yeah, where you're pretending to be the enemy,
yeah,
and they don't know you're the enemy. That is pretty. That's shitty.
It should never, but I use it. Because I get a triple kill pretty much every time I do.
Nice.
Because I will straight up just like I'll put it on and I'll face the direction the enemy should be facing and like start kind of like backing up, so the enemy will think I'm one of theirs, and I'll wait until I see a couple of them, and then I'll just like take them all out.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Fantastic. It's or like if there's like a hard point, that like everyone just sit on the hard point, you just kind of like just walk up. Everyone doesn't know you're. I didn't mean
hi guys.
Wipe them out.
When are those enemies gonna show up? Here.
I'm behind you, assholes, and now you're all dead. Because this is the cheesiest shit on the planet. Oh my god. But hey, until they do anything to it, I'm gonna use it. I've got a feeling they'll never take it out. But they should. They should just straight up just take it out of the game.
So it sounds like you're making progress on the campaign.
Very slowly.
How are you liking it?
I love it.
Well,
I love Adler. I love playing these things, but like, I have a serious motion sickness issue. Like whenever I'm in any kind of situation, like when I don't have a mini map, I don't know exactly where I'm going. Like I'll get motion sick. It's kind of like, do you remember the point where you unlock the one door and you have to let Marshall in to the other one, and you have to like kind of walk around, like jump around somewhere to like kind of unlock the door for him. Do you remember that part? Right before you rescue Adler. Right before you go down into the
Okay. Oh yeah, okay.
Like stuff like that makes my head spin, and I have no idea why, and it's really annoying. Like it's like I don't know where I'm going, and like I've got like I'll just start getting dizzy, dude, and like start sweating and shit. It sucks. I don't know what my fucking problem is. Like it's just like something I just need to like used to. It's like it seems there's something whenever I like play a different game, like it takes me a certain time to get over that factor, and at this point, it doesn't even matter what kind of game it is. Obviously, 3D games are worst, but like regular games, if there's like I get to a point where I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do, I start getting nauseous. It's fucking weird. I hate it. But for the most part, I'm gonna get through this. Yeah, I'm back at the safe house. Adler's there. And I'm about to beat it up because I watched that slasher video. I'm gonna look for the break out the black light and look for just to solve the
Yeah.
puzzle. I didn't see exactly how to do it, but I figured I would have never thought about black light though.
I think, yeah, I think they told you after a while, it's like, try using your blacklight. I was like, oh.
Really?
Okay. And as soon as you, yeah, I think that's how I found out about it. Otherwise,
I would have never figured it out. I remember going up to the piano, hitting a couple keys, and like, oh, I don't know what to do. Just like walked away. It's a different room. Goodbye. Maybe I'll find out how to do this.
yeah, so you'll see it real quick once you turn the flashlight on and start looking at the walls.
Yes, yeah.
You'll
There's
see
stuff
it.
above the keys and whatnot. Just numbers.
Right, so just write down, just go in order. So you got like clue number 1, it'll be like a letter and a number, and so write that down, and then go to clue 2, and then write that down, because the order is important.
But is the I didn't watch exactly like what happens after you finish the puzzle. I just kind of got the idea that, oh, this is how you solve it, so I'll just solve it myself. But is the discovery significant to the plot?
Yeah, it's gonna. I couldn't remember if that's what. I thought the boiler opened up a secret area of the basement, but it actually might be the piano that does it. So yeah, you really want to do that because you're gonna there's a whole nother thing in the basement that's gonna give you, you know, you start to get I don't know, you get money when you open up safes, and then that you can use those to increase your power.
Yeah, I saw that. I already increased my ADS speed.
Yeah. So that's good. That's kind of fun. I enjoyed that, like getting all the goodies and opening up the saves, and you get these like $1,000 coins, and you're like, cool. Now when I go back to the safe house, I can spend it and get some more power.
That's kind of cool. Like it's very RPG coded and leveling up and whatnot. All right. Well, that's what I got next on the that puzzle. So forward to it.
Sniper eliminated. Move.
I'm like working to unlock the wild card that gives you an extra perk, which is what I usually use because I like to.
Agreed.
But right now I'm using the tactical perk, which gives you like 2 extra tacticals. So I've got like 3 stims, and like it's kind of awesome. I like having the extra stims. It's been saving my life.
Yeah, I think we lost the audio. I don't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Check. Uh-oh. Hello? Test?
Oh, yeah, I got you back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I've been hearing you the whole time.
Oh, okay, yeah, I couldn't hear anything you were saying.
Let's get the hell out of here.
That's about it. That might be my controller issue. Hopefully not. How do we do? Yeah, team top 4, I'll take it. Not bad. So wait, did you say something about...
I watched a little bit of that.
Please, do you watch a little bit of what?
I was watching a little bit of that link you sent me to the internet today, guys. But go ahead, and what were you going to say?
I wasn't. I can't remember. It was not important. It wasn't important. Anything I say is not important. Trust me.
You gotta start. You can go first, and then I'll hopefully.
Which internet do were you watching? The one with RFK Jr.?
No, you sent me the RFK.
I really love the title of that one. It's like, who's ready to get healthy?
That is funny. I mean, I already know a lot about this guy because I know my sister is basically, you know, one of his acolytes. So yeah, she thinks he's great. Oh yeah, she's been anti-vax or it was cool.
Just an old school, like, fucking whack job.
Yeah, she's been. I didn't realize, but she was talking about autism and that being caused by vaccines like a long time ago, and I didn't really pay much attention to it because I just didn't know much about it or whatever. I was just like, yeah.
But we're gonna learn all about it in the next couple of years.
Moving on. Oh my God.
We're all gonna become experts. The fact that vaccines cause autism. Literally every American.
Can you imagine? The world that we're headed towards here is like such a dark, apocalyptic nightmare, and it's all going to be our fault.
Not ours personally.
I refuse to say.
I blame the educational system. 100%. The fact that like a majority of Americans don't have like very good learning skills,
critical thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and the fact that like there's a single American in this country who is like around the time of the elections like, I wonder who I'm voting for. The fact that that even exists is like testament to like, oh, people don't know anything. Like, people are just like lost.
Objective capture underway.
Like, what are they? They're just consuming like straight brain garbage.
Yeah.
The lead is ours.
Yeah, that guy's like just a freaking total nightmare. Like, you're just gonna bring polio back and lie to people. Our teeth are all gonna fall out of our mouths.
Dude, how about it? That's the one that pisses me off the most. The fact that like there's chlorine in our water. It's like, asshole. You know how much like tooth decay has declined ever since we've done that? We're gonna have teeth rotting on people's skulls, and no one's gonna be any healthier. Get the fuck out of here. It's dog shit.
Move up. Marksman is down.
And then we're gonna have like reemergences of like measles. We're gonna, jeez. Dude, like the psycho. Like this is like, I mean, this has been said before, but like almost the most. This is nearly the most literal application of the statement, but like the lunatics have taken over the asylum.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nope. The thing.
Craziness. But like, I'm just hoping that like Trump tries to make it such a fucking circus that it just can't work. Like, I think he's gotten what he wants. Yeah, he'll never go to jail.
Right.
And which is by itself so maddening. It makes me just want to like fucking suicide bomb. Not really, but goddammit.
Pull your head out of your ass and check your fucking target.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest pills to swallow. I mean, that Jack Smith guy is gonna, he's gonna step aside.
Yeah, he's backing up.
And drop. Obviously, the case is gonna be because he's gonna be fired.
Yeah,
so he's gonna get out of there. But
now, investigations. He's a convicted convict, but no more because now he's president. And he is above the law apparently. So according to the goddamn Supreme Court. So now we're just fucked. Now the American project is over. We have a king now, and he's the most obnoxious yellow fucking weirdo on the planet. King fucking asshole.
Controlling Bravo.
But I was reading that Jim Jordan, an asshole, is going to start an investigation into Jack Smith. So basically, the retribution is going to happen.
Yeah.
You know.
You're just upset. But honestly,
and like that guy.
Like, what the fuck do they have on They have nothing. You just investigate. This is just dog shit. They'll look for something, but the chances that they actually find something are fucking.
Well,
it's just gonna be a waste of time and taxpayer.
They might
it's gonna be a waste of
something.
Taxpayer dollars. That's all it's gonna be. It's gonna give us nothing. It's gonna give us a political show. And at best case scenario, I can't remember who I suggested to, but like, I do not like the fact that next 4 years is either going to be best case scenario, a comedy of errors. So we just laugh at for a while. Worst case scenario, literally a fascist apocalypse where this country's over. And like, well, basically, like, you better learn Mandarin because China is about to be the next hegemonic leader of this globe. Because everyone's gonna hate America so much. We're just gonna isolate ourselves so much that China's gonna be like, well, we'll take the role you were playing. And it'll be the next, it'll be the Chinese century. Which is, you know, me personally, I don't really personally have a problem with.
Heads down, sniper working.
But it's definitely not going to.
Beginning capture.
For all the Americans who don't want to learn second language.
Sorry, I'm shooting at you. Not gonna help our cause.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. You're bullet sponge. And you know, I kind of like the you know how in the campaign where you had to fight like the guy with the armor, and they've got like kind of like a power bar that you have to like drain. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted when
I'm sorry.
doing this thing here.
In the campaign, you know
what
when you
about
fight
power bar?
Like when you in the campaign when you're fighting like armored enemies and they have like a power bar that you kind of have to like.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like
bosses,
that.
yeah.
That's giving me DMZ vibes. And if you are ever, if you're not feeling this, and if you're not, I would 100%, 100,000%.
Operating on GSD.
But zombies, it might have a bit of a DMZ scratch to any kind of because you're like fighting bosses and stuff like that. There is a mode for zombies that's called like a guided mode, which kind of like carries you. Just like, dude, I've literally tried to watch many videos about like just like how do you play zombies. It's like that's what I will YouTube. I'll look that up in the search engine. How the hell do you play zombies? And I've watched many videos and like I'm lost, just lost. Like I just don't get it. Like the one I watched today, it's like it was pretty long, but 6 minutes in, I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about here. Like I don't think I'm dumb. I don't know what it is. There's just so much, and it's like for some reason every zombie player like takes it for granted that none of this makes any fucking sense. Like I keep on hearing the term pack-a-punch. Like I've heard that a trillion times. Like over like since pack-a-punch. I've heard this since like before, like since around like the Cold War time. Like this is 4 years ago. I couldn't tell you what the fuck it means. I have no idea what pack-a-punch means. But it's like a pretty serious part of zombies. And to this day, could not tell you what it means. And it's driving me insane. But anywho, but there's a guided version of zombies. If you ever want to try to get into that to do some kind of like co-op, shooting bots kind of shit, let me know. It's probably the best opportunity to like learn how to actually play it. But any other avenue I've tried to like learn how to play zombies, it's unsuccessful. It makes no sense. I don't get it. All I know is that you're supposed to shoot zombies. That's it. But there's like rounds, there's like there's power-ups, there's all sorts of shit to it. And you couldn't pay me enough to explain it to you. Because it loses me completely.
Initiating objective control.
Like there's these gobs.
You gotta play it to understand it.
Or you've been having to play it since like 2008 to understand it or something. Because I've earnestly just like, I want to learn how to play this. How do you do it?
Heads down. Sniper working.
And it's a Herculean task. Because I don't know how many videos of like, you know, tutorial zombies. This is how you play zombies. I will watch them and be like, I still don't know how to play zombies.
All objectives locked down. Hold the enemy back.
Where's the XD?
Bravo lost. The lead is ours. We're losing Charlie. We're losing Alpha.
Oh. I just used the Archangel inside a building and that didn't go over too well.
Yeah, that's that'll get you. You can't even like shoot that thing alone. I think even like laying on the ground will die.
Taking all zones.
Shit. Almost got A with some.
Locking down all zones. Zone A secure.
Ow, God. There's a sniper on the other team who's fucking good, man. He fucking... Every time I threw or I ran an RXD near him, he just pops it right off. Yeah.
You know where he's at? Is he up in that window?
He is somewhere over here. I think it was. Here.
Oh wait, is he up in?
Hiding in.
People hide. Sometimes people hide in that. What is that? The air control tower.
Yeah. Oh, friendly target.
He's been definitely the helicopter around there. Game.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Is he on the ground or is he elevated?
Well, if it's the same guy, I've seen them both. I've seen them on the tower.
Yeah, there's definitely a guy at the tower right now. He just took me in. Actually, I just got spun behind the tower up there. Got him. He was not wearing headphones, obviously. Nice. Stomping up the stairs.
We're getting pummeled here. Withdraw and make
I think we got the exact same placement as last game. You got third, I got fourth. Make sure you do an emote.
Commencing capture operation. Sharpshooter removed.
I've unlocked Diamond already.
So we lost this match, though.
Oh yeah.
I'm rolling now.
Some of it. That's not true.
Close. Very close.
Not fair. Super pissed. So wait, did you say something about not doing the camo grind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna feel it out. I said that last time and I ended up doing it. So I mean, I'm gonna play. I'm don't know if I want to sweat my way all the way through it.
Have you looked at it? Have you looked at the challenges and such? Have you looked at it yet? Like the challenges and whatnot?
I mean, I'm leveling up an assault rifle, and I'm obviously got to get headshots, and all that.
Oh,
so
headshots,
I'm still on gun number 1. Yeah, but
okay.
no, I haven't looked beyond that.
All right, just checking it because like it is here. So far, it just seems to be nothing but headshots as far as like unlocking the base camos until you go to the EOs. There's like there's a level between gold and the headshot base challenges, and those are different usually. Sometimes it'll be like, get a kill after sprinting. Some of them are even like get kills with a silencer. So if you're working on those, watch out for those. But for the fact that it's just headshots is making it pretty easy. Like I'm getting pretty much almost done with the ARs. I just started grinding on the GPR 91 assault rifle. It's a level 6. I'm at level 6. Really.
Oh, come on.
They've taken the lead.
Oi, oi. Sniper threat neutralized.
Yeah, after watching like about a half a second of Slasher doing the number pad in front of the door, I just had to watch for like 2 seconds to realize that like when you hit the unlock button on the bottom right, that's what puts the code in. Once I learned that, I was like, oh, okay. And I think I figured it out in like a minute. I still remember it's like 8688. That's like the code.
Yeah, and it changes if you don't get it. If you don't get it,
oh, it does, really?
Yeah.
So I was gonna say,
you have 3 or 4 tries.
And
then if it fails, the number will change too. So you have to remember. You know,
the strat that I did was what's working. Because I saw 8s was obviously the one that was getting hit the most. So my first try was just 8s all across, and like 3 of them were correct, and one of them needed to be changed. And
wow.
The other one was the other button that was pushed the most based on my blue light was 6, so I put a 6 there, and boom, I was done.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. The fingerprints show up. So it gives you a clue which one it is. Yeah.
8 and 6 were the only ones I had. Like, well, I mean, they had like big ones, but there were like a little bit on other ones. But if you think about it, there was fingerprints on the back button, which would indicate mistakes. So not all the ones that were pushed would be correct.
Yeah.
So I just went with the ones that were hit the most. Hope I don't have to do too many more puzzles like that, but I've got a bad feeling I will. And I will.
Yeah, there is quite a few of those.
But those were the only 2 that Ink Slasher in that video, so oh shit, I'm gonna have to. Alright, well. Dig a little deeper.
Heads down, sniper working.
Sorry. It wasn't on the actual Ink Slasher channel that his normal subs on. He's got one that he posts his streams on, or like clips from his streams. And so like he posted something with him just figuring it out. Basically, it wasn't even like a video with him like explaining it per se. It was just him playing and just tinkering and basically figuring it out himself.
Yeah, there's harder ones for I think like some of the safes where you kind of have to some reasoning skills to figure out it's not just like, oh man, that was a thermal drone. Me up.
Like, is this basically something that's going to be pretty consistent throughout the whole game? Like, every couple of levels I'm going to face a puzzle?
Yeah, there'll be a puzzle, yeah, and like, or like I said, some kind of stealth stuff where you gotta sneak around and then grab something out of a museum and then use that to go to the next step.
Right on, that's not bad. I did get a calling card for sneaking all the way to that number pad. Ring Adler.
Oh. shit. Come on. Oh.
Sniper removed.
And I made sure I was like right up into Adler's face during the part where he was like, "You're ready to go." And he's like, "Am now," with the glasses. I was like standing right next to him, like, "Oh, I want to witness this with my whole being."
You ain't going nowhere.
But I got a bad feeling that like Adler's a bad guy again. Like the part where like he's that Marshall's talking in the phone booth and like Adler knocks and he wipes and he's like just standing there. It's like he's being creepy. I'll just say it. Adler's being a creepo.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I would still do anything he asked me to do.
Slide him.
But yeah, I'm sure Adler's probably gonna mind fuck me before the end of the campaign. So.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Using sleeper agent.
Reclaimed the lead.
I did enjoy that mission where you had to get the eye scan from the senator. That's kind of fun.
Say that again?
The you know the mission where you had to get the photograph or the eye scan from the senator.
Yeah.
Down into the black site. That was kind of fun. I went with the talk to his wife first.
We've given up the lead.
I don't know. How did you go through that? I think there's multiple ways to do it.
I think you can talk to everybody. You can go, like kind of do a little bit of both. But I think the one that ended up working was the museum. Like I'm in the art auction, and I think I had to get something out of one of the pieces there.
Oh, interesting. I did like something different. Like I talked to the senator's wife because he was she was getting cheated on, and there was photographs in a trunk. I went and got that out in the parking lot and gave it to her. Then she let me take a photo with her and the senator together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I did that partially. Like I didn't end up going through with that mission though for whatever reason. I
just sneak into the one got distracted around was a little tough. There's like certain times where I wasn't sure where I can sneak or I couldn't.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of hard.
I got lucky, I think. Like when you have to go through the area to get down to black site. Like I wasn't even sure.
Enemy scout post detected.
I wasn't even sure how I got through some of that stuff, but like I was able to like take people out with the pistol with the sniper, and no one else would notice, which was
You're being
super
outplayed,
lucky.
Crimson One. Step it up.
There's a guy right in front of you. Right in front of you.
Oh shit.
Driving our
squad failed, Crimson. We need to fade.
This is still balefire.
Taking the shot.
Oop, looks like I got killed at the end there. Oh, wait, no, I think I survived it. Had me in the sights. Ooh. Yeah, those guys on the internet today were right that if we end up having to listen to RFK talk, it's gonna make, I don't know how anyone can.
It's gonna be really difficult. I can tell you about myself.
You got time for one more, or?
I absolutely do.
All right, cool. I didn't watch SNL last night, but I guess Alec Baldwin played RFK in one or more of this.
Oh no, Alec Baldwin! Oh, he's back on the. He's back at SNL.
Yeah, what did he play a couple weeks ago?
He killed someone.
Not Trump.
Alec Baldwin's a murderer.
I know, it's kind of weird. Like, I mean. Yeah, I mean, right? It's like you want to go through your life not being a murderer, and then to have that kind of surprise you towards the end there.
I mean, I don't. Doesn't he have enough money just to stay out of the limelight? Like, if I killed somebody and I was rich, I would just stay. I would stay home.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that kind of trauma.
We have our orders.
I feel so bad for the family, you know. If I didn't play around and shoot this gun at her by, in a jokey way, that this would have never happened.
I don't even know if it was in a jokey way. It just accident, because it was not supposed to be, obviously not supposed to be a lethal weapon. Just like pull the trigger, even accidentally. Like I can't like give him too much shit. They're right really wants to crap all over Alec Baldwin for that, but it's like, I mean. Despite the fact that it's fucked up, and I wouldn't show my face ever again. At the same time, like, accidents happen, and it sucks.
Yeah.
Doesn't really sound like it was foul play.
If the armory people were not doing their job, then, that's where it starts.
But if I had, like, if I was responsible for someone's death, I don't know if I'd be able to get over it enough where I can just, like, continue on with my very public acting job.
Right.
Marksman in our AO.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, there's a guy in the tower, marksman, again, in the... There's two. I see two.
That's a favorite to sit in, I've noticed.
Yeah.
UAV
in the turn.
Shit, someone ran two. Oh, they're all on. There's 2 on 2. I took them out.
Jesus, I can't fucking morphine thing. I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. Inject myself and then I have to almost die and then I get a last stand. It's like,
yeah,
can't just inject it and kill.
No, you gotta inject it, and then if you happen to get killed, you go into last stand.
Great.
Yeah, it's fine. Just go ahead and just try to get killed.
Just try to get killed and then come back and...
How long does it last? Does it count down pretty quickly, or does it will it last you a while where you don't even have to think about it?
I wasn't paying a lot of attention to that. Like I just was trying to inject it and then run up on somebody. it though.
Hellstorm took 3. Headed out.
Oh, hey. You're hanging out in the tower. Gotcha.
I was just leaving. I was not staying for only long.
Yeah, okay, sure.
I was just walking through.
When I got
Caught you camping.
No.
Hostile UAV established overhead. Hardpoint locked down.
Alright.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Oh yeah, come on, die. I just did it, finally. I got that last stand bullshit. I completed
Oh,
the
nice.
challenge. Yay.
Awesome.
Yeah. You pull out the pistol, your secondary after you're kind of, they ask you have an option to give up.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of like getting downed.
Hardpoint is
DMZ.
secure. Hardpoint located.
Yeah, right.
Like a self-revive.
Hardpoint is
Oh,
active.
fuck, I gotta get rid of this
Hardpoint
thing.
locked down.
Hold up.
Enemy sentry turret detected in your area. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Bye-bye, sentry turret.
Hardpoint is secure. Enemy care package above. Enemy UAV inbound.
Alright, going in the tower, not hiding.
On one, trying to hold it. I'm gonna have to get moved.
Hardpoint identified.
Are there enemies on the other side of this chopper?
Hostile UAV.
Yeah, they're coming, well, I think we just took them out.
Hardpoint active.
They were coming through the hangar
Hostiles
towards
have
it.
captured the hardpoint.
Injecting morphine.
Ooh, yeah, they're out there holding down to pretty hard. Oof. Shredded.
Okay. Alright, I see how that works.
Got a sleeper agent going. See if I can trick them.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint located.
I'm on the tricking. Oh, god damn it. They see me? You just took me out right away.
Hardpoint
No, I
is
had
active.
sleeper agent on. I wonder if there's a counter to it.
Hmm.
Trying to get 3. Ah! Covering it pretty hard. About to grab it.
Captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Shit. Still take this.
Yeah.
Shit.
Closing the gap. Here they come.
Yeah.
Come on, damn it.
Need out. Need out. Sweet, sweet. Got a couple of them on that. Couple of them just changed. God damn it.
Hardpoint is secure.
I should have bust out the trophy system so sleep. people just hanging around the point, but I'm taking them out because they're not playing for intelligent. I'm dead.
Oh shit.
Oh, damn it.
I just got killed and I stumbled into the water. That was kind of cool. Very realistic death.
You are so close, it hurts. Oh yeah, an enemy just run right by you. Good mount.
Eyes on enemy. Oi, that was too fucking close.
Taking the lead. Stay on task.
Hey, we took the lead.
Ooh, we're full in.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Shit.
Hard point is secure.
Oh, this is a fight. Look at that. On the chopper. Frag kills. Fuck.
Hard point identified.
Are they up in the tower? Probably.
I didn't get a good look.
Yeah, there's one. Very good. I'm rocking this SMG with like no attachments on it. No way I'm gonna take them out.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is secure.
Requesting recon above.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hard point located.
Trick some enemies here.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is active. Hard point is secure.
Go to you. Push it.
Yeah. Drill. What do they call this thing?
Yeah, 3.
Hard point locked down.
Ooh!
This.
Oh, goddamn.
Hold the line, Crimson.
Spring mine? Is that the name of that thing in this game? The proxy?
I think so, yeah. Up the
Hard
tower.
point identified. The hard point.
I'll be hanging up there.
Let down. I got you.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
So close, can't let them win.
Oh, man.
Oh! Shit.
Hard point locked down.
Sweet. Actually, I might take this. Let's go. Let's fucking work.
Whenever I hear dreamwork makes for teamwork, I think of Courtney. Is she still working in the library?
Yep. Still there. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Move up. Marksman.
Yeah, that was one of the first time I think I ever heard that. Hey, yeah, you're on top. Sweet.
Solid job, Crimson.
Thank you. I gotta try to think of the perfect emote. Certified sim. These kids. Whenever I see a gamer tag that makes no sense, I'm like, that's gotta be some kid. All right, what should I do? I'm gonna, you know what? We're just gonna seat.
You deserve it.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
A break.
Awesome. Well,
Have
hey,
a seat.
probably should go crash out.
All right.
But good games, excellent games. And I'll
Right,
keep you posted
well,
on my campaign progress.
Yeah, don't let it get too, don't get too frustrated, but because there's.
No,
I'll try to help if I can, or obviously the
if
other guy, Ink Slasher, is your pal.
Well, if I've got, like I said though, I only saw the one video he put out for puzzles. I got those two. So if I have any more questions, I will definitely bring them.
Yeah, hopefully I'll remember. I have a tendency to solve problems and forget how I fixed it.
It's a good policy.
It's okay.
That's a fine policy.
I'm done now.
Yeah.
Erase hard drive.
I'm going to like take that and use that for something else in my brain. Thank you.
Yeah, clean the space out right away. That's how it was at work too with computer stuff with Iliad. I'd be like, I know I fixed this before, but then I'd be like, how the fuck did I fix that? Oh my god.
There's no point to remembering. Have you needed that information once you retired?
No, all that hopefully is gone. Yeah, I'm sure that's gone for the most.
Awesome.
Anyway, all right. Well, I'll look for you tomorrow if you'll be on.
Yeah, I'll be around.
All right. Catch you later.